check. One.
एक केबल रख
Check. Hey, test. One, two. Check. Hey. One, two. Check. सारे ऑन है? बोलिए भाई.
थोड़ी देर में करता
ठीक है. Check. One, two. फीडबैक हो रहा है कुछ?
कौन डाल के टेस्ट करेगा?
चेक वन
इधर
जी
ही है।
ठीक है. अब पीए बंद करो. हाँ ऑन कर.
टेस्टिंग 1 2 हे रिंग टेस्ट
फीडबैक हो रहा है. पी ऑन हो रहा है.
फीडबैक चेक 1 हे हे टेस्टिंग हे हे
अब पीए को काटो.
हे टेस्ट
चेक. हे. पीए का फीडबैक काट दो गोल्डी भाई.
ये मैं हूँ.
डोंट कप. 4K 5K भी ले लो हल्का सा. फ्रंट मॉनिटर पीए चेक.
See, yours is good. Mine is ringing. Check. See? Hey. भेज देना मेरे को थोड़ा हाई कम कर. टेस्टिंग 1 2 hey
हाँ
hey hey check 1 2 टेस्टिंग
ठीक है. लेवल
टेस्ट
check.
1 2
ये क्या आ रहा है? फोन हटा दो. फोन हटा दो. फीडबैक चेक करो.
hey
check.
that's really well.
1 2 hey check.
ये मेरे को सेम मेरे को चाहिए.
1
टेस्ट
2 ये क्या है 1K बोल्डी भाई 1K काट दो 1 2 hey check हाँ जल्दी जल्दी गुड्डी भाई इतना टाइम नहीं है ओके hey check this 1 2 hey check हाँ हाँ hey check P on है ना परफेक्ट ठीक है 1 2 hey this 1 2 हाँ check 1 hello this 1 2 हाँ check 1 2 Brian sir okay छोटा है क्या वो कौन सा है 18 है check hey hello test 1 2 check बोलिए भाई ये बहुत पतला है कम भी लग रहा है check hey और check 1 2 check hey test 1 बोलिए भाई इसका गेन थोड़ा हल्का सा खींचो ये बहुत कम लग रहा है check hey test अभी ठीक है check hey test 1 2 गेन कीजिए इसका अभी मैं नॉर्मल बात कर रहा हूँ check 1 2 hey test 1 2 check 1 2 hey test check hey थोड़ा और खींच सकते हो उसका गेन पीछे मैंने म्यूजिक बोल्डी भाई चेक ठीक है 1 2 hey टेस्ट ओके
India is one of the fastest growing economies with a surging energy demand.
hey check
हेलो हेलो
hey test 1 check hey test 1 2 ये ठीक है बोल्डी भाई ओके hey check 1
may I give the cue?
अच्छा खासा लाउड है check hey
Should I start giving cue? No? Okay. I just want to what MC will.
Like the minister or more political
Yes.
to it?
Yeah. Okay.
check hey ये मॉडरेटर की जगह है ना
And then let's just
मॉडरेटर को हेडसेट दे देंगे
You no. MC is saying I request Honorable Minister sir to come forward and place and inaugurate the OALP video. So
Sure.
then he will go and
hey test 1 okay check hey 1 2 hey test 1 2 check ये क्या है 1 2 hey test ओके बोल्डी भाई ये पोडियम से बंद करो लेपल माइक दो 2
check, 1, 2, hey, check, 1, 2, 2, check, 1, 2, hey, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, 2, 2, hey, check, 1, 2, 2,
मैं पकड़
hey.
के रखा ऐसे ही पकड़ बात कर
Check, 1, 2, hey, check, 1, 1, 2, 2, hey, check, 1,
hey
2,
test okay
2, 1, hey, check, 1, 1, hey, hey, 2, 2, 2, 1, hey, 1, 2, check, 1, yes. Mute कर लो.
So the MC is just wrapping up the glass panel. Thank you very much, everybody. And we invite the Minister to
India is one of the fastest growing economies with a surging energy demand. Addressing this need, the government launched the Hydrocarbon Exploration and Licensing Policy. Since its inception, 3.78 lakh square kilometer acreages have been offered through 9 OALP bid rounds. The government is transforming the energy sector with bold policy reform, expanding exploration frontiers, and fostering a business-friendly environment. The Oil Fields Regulation and Development Amendment Bill 2024 introduces far-reaching reforms aimed at unlocking India's hydrocarbon potential while ensuring sustainable and responsible resource management. The government is spending around rupees 7,500 crore towards geoscientific data generation in unappraised sedimentary basin and upgrading the national data repository to a cloud-based platform. Additionally, no-go areas have been reduced by 99%.
ENP offers investment opportunities at least worth $100 billion by 2030.
Building on this momentum, the government proudly announces the launch of OALP Bid Round 10, the largest round under hydrocarbon exploration licensing policy, offering 25 blocks across 191,986 square kilometers in 13 sedimentary basins. This is primarily an offshore bid round with 19 offshore blocks. With OALP Round 10, the government is opening new frontiers and unlocking vast, untapped hydrocarbon far-reaching reforms. India is one of the fastest growing economies with a surging energy demand. Addressing this need, the government launched the Hydrocarbon Exploration and Licensing Policy. Since its inception,
as per the seating order here, the arrangements which have been made, I would like to request our representatives to kindly be guiding everyone to their respective seats. And as you join us, also a very humble request to please have your mobile phones on the silent mode or on the meeting mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Vimi Chaudhary. I'm the facilitator, the master of ceremony for the very first session, the inaugural session, and stand extremely excited to be part of it. I have been associated with the earlier 2 editions which we have had. This is the 3rd edition of the India Energy Week, which we are going to be commencing in a short while from now. My early associations with the first edition and then the 2nd edition. So it's good to be back with all of you and given this opportunity to be welcoming all of you and to be conducting this very first session. So I welcome all the energy leaders, the enthusiasts. We are shortly also going to be joined by the Honorable Energy Ministers of various countries joining us. Welcome to each and every one of you, all the stakeholders across this huge value chain of the energy sector, as we collaborate and build these bonds of partnerships and greater collaboration towards shaping a more energy secure future for our nations and for the world at large. So we start, ladies and gentlemen, shortly with the inaugural session, wherein we are going to be joined as the eminent speakers of this session, led by our very dynamic minister, the Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. We're also going to be joined, we have the distinct honor of being graced by Excellency Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, Government of Tanzania. We also have the distinct honor of being joined by Excellency Saad Cherida Al-Kabi, the Honorable Minister of State for Energy Affairs, Qatar. He's also the CEO of Qatar Energy. And then we have Honorable Ed Miliband, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, United Kingdom. These are the distinguished dignitaries of the inaugural session, and we'll invite their expressions and their thoughts as we shape the future of global energy landscape, which is the theme of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be taking your seats, having your mobile phones on the silent mode. People who are seated in the front row, just mind your steps, because as you move up, these are one step above. So just mind your step as you take your seats. Kindly be seated, requesting you all to please have your mobile phones on the silent mode or in the meeting mode, please. And we stand extremely excited to be welcoming all of you as you join us from various countries. We have almost 70,000 delegates and participants in these 4 days. And must I mention here, ladies and gentlemen, that this third edition of the India Energy Week grows all the more larger and bigger as compared to the earlier 2 editions. The earlier 2 editions, as you know, they were inaugurated by our visionary Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Modi. This year, he's not able to join us for, as many of you might be aware, he's there in France as we speak. He's going to be co-chairing the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit being held in France. And post that, he's going to be then moving to United States of America, wherein he has a meeting with President Donald Trump. But he has sent across his good wishes to us. There's a message of our Honorable Prime Minister, which we are going to be playing in the inaugural session. For it is under his dynamic leadership, ladies and gentlemen, that India is transitioning on this energy transition and decarbonization pathway and ensuring a more energy secure future for itself, and at the same time working with the other nations of the world. In this 4 days, we are going to be listening to the views, to the insights, to the outlook being presented by almost 500 speakers who are going to be addressing us in almost 100 sessions. So we have the technical conference along with the strategic conference. The strategic conference, ladies and gentlemen, is on 3 theme stages: collaboration, resilience, and transition. And in this strategic conference, we have almost 250 plus speakers who are going to be addressing us in 50 plus sessions. The strategic sessions, we already have the signages outside where they are going to be held. But the very first strategic conference session is going to be taking place in this very hall post-lunch. We start with the first strategic conference session at 2 o'clock today. And then we have our technical sessions, which the technical conference, once again, we have almost 250 plus technical experts who are going to be addressing us in these 4 days. We have the technical conference being organized in hall 1, 2, and 3, which are there in the exhibition area. Just to sound you all, apprise you all, we have the exhibition area, which is right across the registration area. And within that, we have the 3 halls where we have our technical conference. Once again, the technical conference in which we are going to be seeing almost 250 plus technical experts sharing their state-of-the-art technologies and their solutions as we address these very critical challenges in the energy sector. And we have again the technical conference, which is on 3 themed stages, which we have as we take the discussions in the technical session on various topics of net zero, the future energy mix, supply chain, logistics and operational excellence, and also carbon reduction and electrification stage. Ladies and gentlemen, building on the success of the earlier 2 editions which we have seen, and as I mentioned, these were inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, we're all good to be starting with this 3rd edition of the India Energy Week. In fact, this very 3rd edition solidifies the position of this platform of India Energy Week as a pivotal meeting point for the global energy industry. as we have, as I mentioned, 70,000 plus delegates who are going to be joining us. I would just like to request you to kindly download the app of the India Energy Week for any information on the agenda, the halls which are there, wherein you're going to be moving for your technical sessions and then the strategic conference sessions. So requesting you all to please have your app downloaded towards the same. Further, ladies and gentlemen, we have apart from the honorable ministers, we are expecting almost 20 plus energy ministers from across the globe who are going to be joining us. We have the energy leaders, the captains and leaders of the industry from almost 90 plus CEOs joining us from 500 Fortune companies. And then we have the technologists, we have the academicians, the researchers, the who's who from the world of energy who are going to be joining us. And that once again reflects on India's growing influence on the global energy landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the strategic conference and the technical conference, we also, as I mentioned, we have an exhibition where almost 700 plus exhibitors are showcasing their technologies and the solutions. Right across, we have the exhibition area. Once again, as compared to the last year, this exhibition area further has expanded almost by 65%. So we have almost 700 plus exhibitors from across the globe who are exhibiting in the exhibition area, and that is close to 28,000 square meters. The entire area which we have here at Yashobhumi, this is a state-of-the-art convention center. A very recent inauguration we have seen, but many prestigious events have been held here. And we have the spread of our India Energy Week 2025 over an area of 100,000 square meters, of which 28,000 square meters has been dedicated to the exhibition area. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having a very unique ministerial session. We have seen women using cow dung and more of wood as a cooking fuel. Switching them to more cleaner fuels, switching them to LPG, was when the program of Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2016. And in this 8+ years, ladies and gentlemen, it has impacted almost 10.33 crore families, especially the rural families, and shaping a more smoke-free rural India. So that's a unique ministerial session which we are going to be having, and that stands as an opportunity for India to be sharing with you the transformational change which it has been able to make with this program, and we're sure this is going to be serving as a global template for addressing the energy access. As I welcome you all, would like to once again request everyone to be please taking your seats. Kindly be seated at the earliest possible. Shortly we commence with the inaugural session, and wherein we have the distinguished dignitaries and the eminent speakers of the inaugural session joining us, led by our dynamic Energy Minister, Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, joining us. We commence the inaugural session. In fact, we kickstart the India Energy Week 2025 as the honorable ministers, the distinguished speakers of the inaugural session join us. That's going to be at 10:10. Before that, just requesting everyone to be at your respective seats. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, the honorable ambassadors, the energy leaders, the honorable ministers who've joined us, they're also going to be experiencing the hydrogen bus. There's a hydrogen bus which is stationed outside. So just after the inaugural session, our ministers and the heads of the various energy organizations. They are going to be moving to the bus area where we have the hydrogen bus station and taking an experience of the hydrogen bus. As I mentioned, 2 o'clock we are going to be starting here post-lunch with the strategic sessions. 12:30 we are going to be starting with our technical sessions in the exhibition area, the halls 1, 2 and 3, where we have the 3 stages for the technical conference. Though I shall be making the announcements, these announcements later also at the end of the inaugural session, but just would like to apprise the August gathering that after the inaugural session, as we close here, you are requested to remain at your respective seats and wait for the next announcement from my end. And then only we are going to be opening the gates as we lead this session to the lunch. The distinguished dignitaries who are seated in the front rows and who have access to the executive club are then going to be requested to be moving to the executive club for lunch, and the rest of our eminent delegates and participants are requested to be joining us for lunch in the lunch area, which is just next to the exhibition area. But as the lunch is going to be open from 12 o'clock to 2:30, would like to request our delegates to be kindly moving probably in phases and shifts so that we do not have many people and a clogging there in the lunch area. The lunch is going to be open for almost 2.5 hours. So you're requested to be probably after the inaugural session. Many of you are requested to be kindly moving to the exhibition area, having a look at the exhibition and then joining us for lunch. And then post that our sessions begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have 9 country pavilions by leading nations of the world. So we have these country pavilions by United States, by United Kingdom, by Japan, Germany, Russia, Canada, Netherlands, Italy, Norway, Japan. And these are, alongside, we have the 9 thematic zones, which are focusing on the fuels of the future, focusing on hydrogen, renewables, biofuels, petrochemicals, also LNG ecosystem, Make in India, digitalization, artificial intelligence, city gas distribution, and net zero. As I mentioned, we have this special session, the unique ministerial session on Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. And then we have these very compelling themes on energy security, just and orderly transitions, collaboration, resilience, capacity building, and digital advancements. We're also happy to be welcoming the young minds who have joined us, the students joining us from Delhi NCR. Also, we have from IITs, the startups, the entrepreneurs who are present with us. You are the young minds, the young ideas, and we look forward to also collaborating with all of you as you bring your solutions addressing the energy challenges. And that is where we also have 2 startup platforms, Avinya and Vasudha. Avinya means innovation and Vasudha means earth. So these are 2 startup platforms which we have. And together we can actually make it happen as we balance our ecology with economy and at the same time address the energy challenges and work towards building a more energy secure future. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference, the India Energy Week 2025, is being organized by FIPPI, the Federation of Indian Petroleum Industries. So we have the various petroleum industries coming forth collaborating towards organizing it along with DMG events, they are the international conference and events organizers, especially in the energy sector, and they have been organizing various international shows, especially the EDIPEC and GasTech, and of course the India Energy Week. This event is being organized under the patronage of our Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, and our Honorable Dynamic Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas is today going to be joining us. He leads the session, the inaugural session, as we start in a while from now. So once again, a request to everyone to be kindly taking your seats, and we stand all excited to be welcoming the distinguished leaders, the energy ministers, the leaders of various countries joining us. As I mentioned, we have shortly our Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas leading us in this session. We also have the distinct honor of Excellency Saad Sharida Al-Kabi, the Honorable Minister of Energy, Qatar, the President and the CEO of Qatar Energy, Excellency Ed Miliband, Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, United Kingdom, Excellency Doto Mashaka Biteko, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, Government of Tanzania, and they are going to be part of this inaugural session. Apart from that, in the August gathering, we also stand delighted and would like to welcome Excellency Delcy Rodriguez, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and the Vice President of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Excellency Pavel Sorokin, the First Deputy Minister of Energy, Russian Federation. We have Excellency Haitham Al-Ghaiz, the Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Industries, that OPEC. May I request the dignitaries who are standing in front of the stage, requesting them to kindly take your seats. All the people who are still standing to be kindly taking your seats at the earliest possible. As I mentioned, we have the who's who from the world of energy joining us, especially our energy ministers and the leaders from various countries, the CEOs from Fortune 500 companies, and we look forward to your outlook, your approach, your strategies, your policies as we work towards shaping a more energy secure future for India and the world. That is where we would also like to welcome Honorable Yunus Ali Gwedi, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Republic of Djibouti, Excellency Bruno Jean Richard Aitua, the Minister of Hydrocarbons, Republic of Congo, Excellency Dr. Muhyiddin Naeem, the Minister of Energy and Oil, Sudan, Excellency Mohammad Fazul Kabir Khan, Advisor to the Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources, Bangladesh. We also have Excellency Deepak Khatka from the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation, Government of Nepal. Excellency Wilmot J.M. Pei, the Minister of Mines and Energy, Republic of Liberia. Also in this August gathering, joining us is Excellency Ibrahim Matola, the Minister of Energy, Malawi. We have our respected Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, Shri Pankaj Jain. Excellency Martin Ezolfsson, the Secretary of State, Iceland. We also have the presence of Honorable Yukai Simba Negavi, the Deputy Minister of Energy and Power Development, Zimbabwe. Dasho Karma Shering, the Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Bhutan. And then once again from India, from the think tank body of India, Niti Aayog, we have Shri Suman Berry, the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog. The Advisor Energy to Niti Aayog, Mr. Rajnath Ram. We're also going to be joined by our Secretary Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Damu Ravi. Mr. Tarun Kapoor, who's the advisor to the Prime Minister, Government of India, also joins us shortly. And we have Mr. Jasim Al-Shirawi, the Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Also joining Mr. Ronaldo Caiado, the Governor, State of Goiás, Brazil. Dr. Agbu Kifas, the Governor of Taraba State, Nigeria. And Mr. Uwer Gelan, the Head of German Development Corporation in India, and the Honorable Minister, German Embassy in New Delhi. So these are the very distinguished dignitaries who are going to be joining us. As the dignitaries join us, would also like to mention that we have a executive club that's very world-class facilities it offers, with world-class suites for networking and your personal meetings, and as you build greater collaborations and partnerships with each other. That's the executive club, giving you and extending you world-class hospitality. So people who have access to the executive club, once we close here with the inaugural session, are then requested to be moving to the executive club for their lunch, and the rest of the delegates and participants who've joined us, my humble request to them will be to be joining us for lunch in the lunch area, which is just next to the exhibition area. But as the lunch hours are from 12 to 2:30, so we have good 2.5 hours for lunch, and that is where you're requested to be kindly moving to the lunch area in shifts or in phases, so that you can enjoy your lunch there, get a seat there, and enjoy, of course, our rich hospitality. Further, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a special gala dinner evening today, but that stands strictly by invite. So people who have the invite towards the gala dinner, I request you to be joining us for the gala dinner. That's a gala evening which we have today. And that is towards, it gives us, India, the opportunity to share with you the richness of our culture, traditions, our customs, our hospitality, through the richness of our dances, our music, our art, our handicrafts, and then, of course, the rich cuisine. So hope you enjoy the hospitality by India, this very conference being organized under the patronage, under the aegis of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. So on behalf of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and then our dynamic Petroleum and Natural Gas Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, and all associated, all who have been partnering, all the partners in success, all our sponsors also. On behalf of all of them, I thank you all for joining us on behalf of FIPI, on behalf of DMG Events, to be joining us for the third edition of the India Energy Week 2025, as we start in a while from now. Once again, a very humble request to the people who are still standing to be kindly taking your seats. If I can once again request you to be taking your seats, having your mobile phones on the silent mode or in the meeting mode, please. Thank you. May I just once again request our representatives, if you can please guide the dignitaries to their respective seats. Just requesting you all to please leave the entrance area open kindly be taking your seats for all the dignitaries and the delegates are going to be taking in, moving in the hall from that very gate. If you can leave that gate unoccupied as you enter, requesting you to kindly move towards your respective seats. We have our representatives who shall guide you. Kindly be taking your seats at the earliest possible. We have our very eminent energy leaders, the honorable ministers, the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, and all the other eminent participants, the honorable ambassadors of various countries, the heads of delegations, the heads of various energy organizations joining us. It's a great pleasure to be welcoming all of you on behalf of the Government of India, on behalf of our Honorable Prime Minister and our Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas as you join us. But then, as we are going to be starting shortly with the inaugural session, just requesting everyone to be seated at the earliest possible, please. The people who are seated at the back, and as you are entering the hall, may I just request people who are there in the aisle to be kindly moving to your respective seats, requesting you to kindly leave the aisles unoccupied so that the people at the back can move in and can find a place. People who are here in the front, may I request you to kindly be taking your seats. A very eminent leaders, very distinguished dignitaries, we have been seated in the front row, just requesting you all to be kindly taking your seats at the earliest possible. Shortly, we have the eminent speakers of this inaugural session, which is going to be close to 2 hours. We're expecting them to be joining us at 10:10 and taking this very first session till 12 o'clock, post that, which we are going to be then moving for lunch. But yes, our distinguished ministers and the energy leaders, along with the various heads of delegation, are going to be experiencing the hydrogen bus, which is stationed outside, giving them an experience of the fuel of the future being run by hydrogen. That's a bus stationed outside, which our honorable ministers and leaders are going to be experiencing just after this inaugural session. And the rest of us, the other eminent delegates and participants, are going to be moving to the lunch area. This, ladies and gentlemen, as we start the third edition, gets all the more bigger and larger as compared to the earlier 2 editions in terms of its size, in terms of the number of participants. 70,000 people who are going to be attending in these 4 days, and this stands as one of the largest, in fact, the second largest energy event of the world, as we are just about to kickstart with the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, we already have our honorable ministers who are going to be part of the inaugural session in the premises. They're going to be joining us anytime in the hall. So once again, a very humble request to all the people who are still standing, especially people who are standing in front of the stage and in the first few rows. May I request you, dignitaries, to be taking your seats. May I just request our representatives to be kindly guiding the dignitaries to their seats. Let's be ready, ladies and gentlemen, as we start with the inaugural session. आप सभी का यहाँ पर स्वागत करते हुए मैं सभी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप जल्द से जल्द अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन्स को प्लीज़ साइलेंट मोड या मीटिंग मोड पर रखें। हमारे यहाँ पर सभी जो हमारे सम्मानित अतिथिगण उपस्थित हैं, उनसे मैं विशेष निवेदन करना चाहूँगी कि आप अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। अब से बस थोड़ी देर में हम अपने उद्घाटन सत्र के साथ इंडिया एनर्जी वीक 2025 का शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं. Requesting everyone to be kindly taking your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again apprising everyone, we already have the Honourable Ministers, the distinguished dignitaries of the inaugural session in the premises. They are going to be joining us shortly. But before that, we just need to have the House in order. If I can request the people who are still standing to be taking your seats, please. Let me once again welcome all the very distinguished, our honourable ministers from various countries joining us, the honourable ambassadors, the heads of various energy organizations from across the globe joining us in this second largest energy event. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to all the captains and leaders of the industry joining us. But once again, a request to be kindly taking your seats, please. So very happy and excited to be welcoming the energy leaders joining us. We have shortly the distinguished dignitaries of the inaugural session joining us, and apart from that, we have Excellency Delcy Rodriguez, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and the Vice President of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Excellency Pavel Sorokin, the First Deputy Minister of Energy, Russian Federation, Excellency Haitham Al-Ghez, the Secretary General Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, Honorable Yunus Ali Guedi, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Republic of Djibouti, Excellency Bruno Jean Richard Itua, the Minister of Hydrocarbons, Republic of Congo. We also welcome Excellency Dr. Muhyiddin Naeem, the Honorable Minister of Energy and Oil, Sudan, Excellency Mohammad Fazul Kabir Khan, the Advisor to the Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources, Bangladesh. Stand excited to be welcoming in this August gathering Excellency Deepak Khadka from the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation, Government of Nepal. Excellency Wilmot J.M. Pai, the Minister of Mines and Energy, Republic of Liberia. Excellency Ibrahim Matola, the Minister of Energy, Malawi. Shri Pankaj Jain, our respected Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. We have Excellency Martin Egzolfsson, the Secretary of State, Iceland. These are our very distinguished dignitaries and the honorable ministers and leaders, energy leaders joining us. Welcome to Honorable Yukai Simba Negavi, the Deputy Minister of Energy and Power Development, Zimbabwe. Dasho Karma Shering, the Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Bhutan. And then from our think tank body, Niti Aayog, we have Shri Suman Berry, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, Mr. Rajnath Ram, the Advisor Energy to the Niti Aayog, Mr. Damu Ravi, Secretary, Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. We also have in this August gathering joining us Mr. Tarun Kapoor, the Advisor to the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi, and Mr. Jassim Al-Shirawi, Secretary General, International Energy Forum. Also joining us, Mr. Ronaldo Caiado, the Governor, State of Goiás, Brazil. Dr. Agbu Kefas, the Governor of Taraba State, Nigeria. And Mr. Uwar Gailan, the Head of German Development Cooperation in India and the Minister, German Embassy in New Delhi. These are our very distinguished dignitaries, the heads of the various energy ministries from across the globe, the heads of leading energy organizations, the policymakers joining us in this August gathering. Just once again, a very humble request to everyone to be kindly taking your seats. Once again, may I request our representatives to please be guiding the dignitaries at their respective seats, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting shortly with the inaugural session, and as I welcome you all once again, just request to the people who are still standing to be kindly taking your seats. We are just waiting for all of you to settle down, and then we have the eminent speakers of the inaugural session joining us, gracing the hall, and then we begin with the inaugural session. Meanwhile, people who are still moving in, if I can request you to kindly move in at a little faster pace, be at your respective seats. We have already seats marked for our distinguished dignitaries. Just mind your steps, ladies and gentlemen, as you take the seats in the front row. It's at various levels as we have these seating arrangements. Just mind your steps as you take your seats, please. Can I just request our representatives who are standing, who are just around, to be please guiding the people, asking them to be taking their seats, please. As our dignitaries are joining us, may I request you to kindly take in your seats, please. We are going to be shortly joined with by the distinguished dignitaries and the eminent speakers of the inaugural session. As you take your seats, just mind your step, especially the first two steps. They are at different levels. Kindly just Watch for these steps as you take your seats. Kindly be a little careful. People who are still standing very closer to the entry gate, may I just request you to kindly move in, be at your seats. Kindly leave that area, please, unoccupied. We'll have shortly the speakers of the inaugural session, our leaders, our ministers joining us. The rest who are already here, requesting you to kindly not be standing. Please be taking your seats. This is a 4-day event which we start shortly with the inaugural session. The event being organized by FIPI, the Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry, along with DMG Events, the leading organizers of international conferences and seminars and exhibitions. The event being organized under the patronage of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. So delighted to be welcoming all of you in behalf of our Honorable Prime Minister. As I mentioned, the first 2 editions which we had, they were inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. This time he's not been able to join us. As I speak, he's there in France. There's a AI Action Summit which he's attending, co-chairing that summit, and post that he's going to be going to United States of America and meeting President Donald Trump. But he has sent across his good wishes to us, and we are going to be playing his message in this inaugural session, which we start in a while from now, but just waiting for all of you to be settling down so that we can then invite the speakers, the dignitaries of the inaugural session, and then we stand good to be starting with this very first session. I would like to thank and welcome all our friends from the media who've joined us, thanking them also for their joining us. We have now, ladies and gentlemen, our very distinguished leaders, the energy leaders of the world, descending here on this stage, this platform, the 3rd edition of the India Energy Week, which is all ready to solidify the very position of this India Energy Week as the pivotal meeting point for the global energy industry. With the honorable energy ministers from various countries across the globe, we have the honorable ambassadors, the heads of the energy organizations, the who's who from the world of energy. And we stand excited to be welcoming all of you in our beautiful country, India, as we open shortly the energy dialogue with you through this inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome, and in fact we can have a resounding applause as we have the distinguished dignitaries and the eminent speakers of the inaugural session joining us, led by our dynamic Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. Along with him, we have the energy leaders from Tanzania, Qatar, and United Kingdom. Please be taking your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly be seated, please. Excellencies, our very distinguished energy leaders, the honorable ambassadors, and the who's who from the world of energy joining us, all the energy enthusiasts, the think tanks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be welcoming all of you. And as we start with the inaugural session, may I request everyone to be taking your seats, please, especially our friends from the media. May I request you to be moving to your place so that we can start with the inaugural session. Thank you so very much. Thank you. May I request our friends from the media to be kindly moving on the sides at your respective places, designated places, so that we can start with the inaugural session, please. Just a very humble request to our media personals. Kindly be moving off from the enclosure in front. Please be vacating the area in front of the stage, please. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar to everyone once again. Good morning. And it's such a pleasure and delight to be welcoming all of you in the second largest energy event of the world, which is happening in one of the leading and one of the largest energy markets of the world. Pleasure to be welcoming all of you in our incredibly beautiful country, India, and to the inaugural session of the India Energy Week 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, as we all understand and as we all agree, energy fuels progress and progress powers nations. But as nations across the world today stand at a crossroad, balancing their progress with sustainability, India Energy Week 2025 emerges as a beacon of global collaboration. And at the heart of this global collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, lies the visionary leadership of a charismatic global leader, our Honorable Prime Minister Modi, whose words, whose thoughts, whose vision, whose leadership continues to motivate and inspire us and serve as our margdarshan. And I quote his words here: India Energy Week is not just India's event, but is a reflection of India with the world and India for the world, unquote. Very profound words of our Honorable Prime Minister that highlights India's energy ambition. Not only shaping a secure, resilient, inclusive, and an energy-secure world for itself, but for the entire world. So, energized by this, ladies and gentlemen, as we open the dialogue with the guiding vision of our Honorable Prime Minister with a video message from Honorable Prime Minister Modi. If you can play his message, please.
केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished CEOs, सम्मानित अतिथिगण, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, इंडिया एनर्जी वीक में देश और दुनिया भर से यहां यशोभूमि में जुटे सभी साथियों को नमस्कार। आप सभी सिर्फ एनर्जी वीक का हिस्सा भर नहीं है, आप भारत की एनर्जी एम्बिशंस का महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। मैं आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। विदेश से जो मेहमान आए हैं, मैं उनका भारत में स्वागत करता हूं। साथियों, दुनिया का हर एक्सपर्ट आज कह रहा है कि 21st सेंचुरी भारत की सेंचुरी है। भारत अपनी ही नहीं, ग्रोथ भारतीय रेलवे ने नेट जीरो कार्बन एमिशन का टारगेट रखा है। साल 2030 तक हम हर साल 5 मिलियन मैट्रिक टन ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन कर सके, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है। हमारे ये टारगेट्स काफी एम्बिशियस लग सकते हैं, लेकिन बीते 10 साल में जो भारत ने हासिल किया है, उससे ये विश्वास पैदा हुआ है कि ये टारगेट भी हम जरूर हासिल कर लेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, बीते 10 साल में भारत 10th लार्जेस्ट से 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बना है। बीते 10 वर्षों में हमने अपनी सोलर एनर्जी जनरेशन कैपेसिटी को 32 टाइम्स बढ़ाया है। आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा सोलर पावर जनरेटिंग नेशन है। हमारी नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी 3 गुना बढ़ी है। भारत जी पूरा करने वाला पहला देश है। भारत कैसे अपने लक्ष्य समय से पहले प्राप्त कर रहा है, इसका एक और उदाहरण है इथेनॉल। इससे 28 नेशंस और 12 इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जुड़ चुके हैं। ये वेस्ट को वेल्थ में ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहा है और सेंटर्स ऑफ एक्सेलेंस को पूरी तरह से एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए निरंतर रिफॉर्म्स कर रहा है। बड़ी डिस्कवरीज और गैस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के व्यापक विस्तार के कारण हमारा गैस सेक्टर एक्सपांड कर रहा है। इससे हमारे एनर्जी मिक्स में नेचुरल गैस का शेयर बढ़ा है। भारत अभी 4th लार्जेस्ट रिफाइनिंग हब है और हम अपनी कैपेसिटी 20% तक बढ़ाने में जुटे हैं। साथियों, हमारी जो सेडिमेंट्री बेसिन्स है, इसमें कई सारे हाइड्रोकार्बन रिसोर्सेज मौजूद है। इनमें से मिल चुका है और कई ऐसे हैं जिन्हें खोजा जाना बाकी है, जिनका एक्सप्लोरेशन बाकी है। इंडिया का अपस्ट्रीम सेक्टर और आकर्षक हो, इसके लिए सरकार ने ओपन एकरेज लाइसेंस पॉलिसी OALP बनाई है। एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन को खोलना हो या सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस सिस्टम बनाना हो, सरकार ने इस सेक्टर को हर तरह से मदद दी है। ऑयल फील्ड्स रेगुलेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट एक्ट में हुए बदलाव के बाद अब स्टेक होल्डर्स को पॉलिसी स्टेबिलिटी, एक्सटेंडेड लीजेस और इंप्रूव्ड फाइनेंशियल टर्म्स की सुविधा भी मिलेगी। सरकार के इन रिफॉर्म्स के कारण समुद्री क्षेत्र में ऑयल और गैस रिसोर्सेज की खोज करने, इनका प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने और स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व्स को मेंटेन करने का काम आसान होगा। साथियों, भारत में कई डिस्कवरीज और बढ़ते पाइपलाइन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कारण नेचुरल गैस की सप्लाई बढ़ रही है और इसी कारण आने वाले समय में नेचुरल गैस का उपयोग भी बढ़ने वाला है। इन सारे क्षेत्रों में आपके लिए निवेश की बहुत सारी संभावनाएं बन रही हैं। साथियों, आज भारत का बहुत बड़ा फोकस मेक इन इंडिया पर है, लोकल सप्लाई चेन पर है। भारत में पीवी मॉड्यूल सहित अनेक प्रकार के हार्डवेयर की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए भी बहुत संभावनाएं हैं। हम लोकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। 10 साल में भारत की सोलर पीवी मॉड्यूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेसिटी का विस्तार हुआ है। ये क्षमता 2 गीगावाट से बढ़कर करीब 70 गीगावाट हो गई है। पीएलआई स्कीम की वजह से ये सेक्टर और आकर्षक हो गया है। इससे हाई एफिशिएंसी सोलर पीवी मॉड्यूल्स की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा मिला है। साथियों, बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के सेक्टर में इनोवेशन और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग दोनों के लिए बहुत अवसर हैं। भारत बहुत तेज गति से इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। इतने बड़े देश की डिमांड पूरा करने के लिए बैटरीज और स्टोरेज कैपेसिटी के क्षेत्र में हमें बहुत तेजी से काम करना है। इसलिए इस वर्ष के बजट में भी हमने ग्रीन एनर्जी को सपोर्ट करने की संबंधित अनेक घोषणाएं की है। सरकार ने ईवी और मोबाइल फोन बैटरी की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़ी कई चीजों को बेसिक कस्टम ड्यूटी से बाहर किया है। कोबाल्ट पाउडर, लिथियम आयन बैटरी वेस्ट, लेड, जिंक ऐसे अनेक क्रिटिकल मिनरल से ड्यूटी हटा दी गई है। नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स मिशन भी भारत में एक सशक्त सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। नॉन लिथियम बैटरी इकोसिस्टम को प्रमोट करने की दिशा में भी हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इस वर्ष के बजट में हमने न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी सेक्टर को भी ओपन कर दिया है। एनर्जी में हो रहा हर इन्वेस्टमेंट नौजवानों के लिए नई जॉब्स क्रिएट कर रहा है, ग्रीन जॉब्स के अवसर बना रहा है। साथियों, भारत के एनर्जी सेक्टर को मजबूती देने के लिए हम इसे जनता की पावर से लैस कर रहे हैं। हमने देश के सामान्य परिवारों और किसानों को ऊर्जादाता बनाया है। बीते साल हमने पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना शुरू की। इस योजना का स्कोप सिर्फ एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन तक ही सीमित नहीं है। इसमें सोलर सेक्टर्स में नई स्किल्स बन रही है, नया सर्विस इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है और आपके लिए निवेश की संभावनाएं भी बढ़ रही है। साथियों, भारत ऐसे एनर्जी सॉल्यूशंस देने के लिए कमिटेड है जो हमारी ग्रोथ को एनर्जाइज करें और हमारे नेचर को भी एनरिच करें। मुझे विश्वास है इस एनर्जी वीक से भी इस दिशा में कुछ ठोस रास्ते निकलेंगे। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप सभी भारत में बन रही हर संभावना को एक्सप्लोर करेंगे। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a message from our Yashasvi Prime Minister, wherein he highlighted various milestones which India has been able to achieve, the reforms which India is introducing, the targets and the ambitions which it has set for itself, and opening the market to the domestic as well as the global investors, and that is where he highlighted many advantage India, making India one of the largest energy markets of the world where the opportunity lies. So thanking Honorable Prime Minister for guiding us and sharing his vision with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present you a short film on a very dynamic oil and gas sector, from deep sea explorations and discoveries to now more greener fuels, to biofuels, to renewables, to EVs, to the Ujjwala Yojana, which the Prime Minister also mentioned, the transformations which we are bringing as we work towards a more cleaner, greener, and a self-reliant energy future. We present you a short film towards that.
The global energy world of today is totally interconnected. It has embraced many principles. Energy justice, where no one is left unsupplied. Energy security with sustainability to power economic benefits. Affordable energy to every citizen. Collaboration for diversity of sources, growth and transition. Integrating AI in various upstream and downstream operations. India's global initiatives are uniting nations, driving action. Formation of the International Solar Alliance. Global Biofuels Alliance. India's G20 initiative. Supported by a young, talented and skilled workforce. India is moving forward to help meet the energy demand of the world. The nation is thinking ahead, embracing collaboration inward and outward, ensuring availability wherever needed and access for all to power a sustainable tomorrow for generations to come.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, is our dynamic oil and gas sector transforming, transitioning to a low-carbon economy, and then working with the nations across the world. And as we now seek to be led by the leaders, the distinguished dignitaries and eminent speakers of the inaugural session, please join me as I invite them to please grace the dais. First, our dynamic host minister, ladies and gentlemen, our Honourable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, the former permanent representative of India to the United Nations, joining us as our eminent speaker of this session. I now invite Excellency Dr. Doto Mashaka Bideko, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, Government of Tanzania. I take this now the honor of inviting Excellency Saad Sharida Al-Kawi, the Honorable Minister of State for Energy Affairs, Qatar, who's also the CEO of Qatar Energy. And now inviting here on the dais Mr. Ed Miliband, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, United Kingdom. And ladies and gentlemen, shortly we are going to be engaging with the energy dialogue with our energy leaders. We'll be having a panel discussion, so I would like to also invite our moderator, Shri Jagaraja, the Senior Correspondent, CNBC, to be joining us here on the dais. May I request our Honourable Minister to be seated on the second seat, and then the Deputy Prime Minister Tanzania, followed by Qatar and United Kingdom, and our moderator to be taking a seat on the first seat. Yeah.
You will keep us in check? Of course.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we have this panel discussion, would like to request our Honourable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, who under the leadership of our Honourable Prime Minister is driving India's energy transition and decarbonization pathway while balancing our ecology with the economy, and then positioning India as a key player in the global energy landscape. I would like to request our Honourable Minister, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji, for his introductory remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, captains of industry, students, entrepreneurs, and friends from the media. Namaskar, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you to India Energy Week 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, this third edition of the India Energy Week comes at a significant time amongst today's global uncertainty, and I would say it also comes at an opportune time. I don't think anyone here would disagree with me. The last few years, encapsulated in the whirlwind events of 2024, have left the global energy order in transition. These include major geopolitical shifts. It is in this context that I believe that the India Energy Week provides a unique platform for all of us in the industry to reflect and introspect, to catch up with each other, not just formally as business-to-business transactions are undertaken, but also informally for policymakers and stakeholders to understand what other nations are thinking of and what we can do together. We have here a representation that captures both the urgency of the moment and the professionals from, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a strategic conference. Beyond industry and technology, IEW is also about youth and innovation. More than 500 entrepreneurs are participating in startup challenges like Avinya and Vasudha, thus nurturing the next generation of energy disruptors. It is also an exhibition forum where cutting-edge innovations will be showcased by more than 700 exhibiting companies, more than 100 of which are exciting startups. I am overwhelmed to see the scale, depth, and size of innovation, particularly in deep tech in the energy sector, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, big data, drones, and robotics. In many ways, harnessing the bourgeoising innovation ecosystem, most notably in India, was a primary factor behind the inception of the first edition of the India Energy Week in 2023. Major oil and gas companies such as BP, Shell, Exxon, Chevron, McDermott have their global capability centers in India, where lakhs of Indian, a lakh being 100,000, Indian engineers are doing cutting-edge design, engineering, data processing, and decision analytics for drilling, that the primary focus remains on increasing the adoption of biofuels, renewables, and hydrogen. The IEA estimated that global energy investment was going to exceed $3 trillion for the first time in 2024, with $2 trillion going to clean energy, technologies, and infrastructure. Climate change is no longer a looming threat. It is already here. It is unfolding in many grave disasters. Wildfires, floods, and record-breaking temperatures are clear reminders that the world is running out of time. I am a student of history. When I look back at the evolution of global energy economics, I recognize that the very notion of energy transition requires a very deep and nuanced understanding. It is not outright replacement, but more shifting the primacy of one energy source over another. This transition isn't about eliminating hydrocarbons overnight, but leveraging them strategically while scaling renewables to mitigate emissions. For too long, we have framed energy transition as a linear journey, from fossil fuels to renewables, from past to future, from problems to solution. But what if this logic is not feasible? Even when renewables become the dominant energy sources, oil and gas will continue to play an important, if not pivotal role, not just in power generation, but in stabilizing grids, industrial hydrogen, and energy storage innovation. One thing has become absolutely clear to all stakeholders. Energy justice must remain at the core of the imminent transformation. A fragmented transition risks deepening inequality, leaving billions without reliable energy, while wealthier nations surge ahead. If the transition is not just, it will not succeed because the political economy will not allow it. There are three forces, in my view, that will play a pivotal role in shaping the energy landscape in the coming years. Artificial intelligence and clean cooking are emerging as major energy demand drivers, each shaping the future of economies and societies. AI is one of the largest energy consumers, with data center demand rising 18 to 20% annually by 2030. India's AI-driven digital economy, projected to reach US $400 billion by 2030, presents both a challenge and an opportunity. The real question is not how we will meet this surge in demand, but how we will do so without destabilizing grids or derailing climate commitments. Renewables alone won't be enough. AI-driven demand requires round-the-clock reliability, meaning natural gas, coal with carbon abatement, and next-generation nuclear will remain essential. But the potential benefits are immense. AI itself will enhance fossil fuel efficiency, reshaping the energy equation where intelligence, not just resources, dictates energy security. The next great leap will come from dismantling the idea of centralized energy in the form of AI-driven grids that predict demand before it happens. On the other hand, expanding clean cooking gas access requires a multi-fuel strategy, scaling traditional LPG, augmenting bio-CNG, accelerating electrification, and challenging investments into areas such as integration, decentralized renewables like wind power and microgrids to support electric and induction cooking. The challenge is not technology, but scaling access equitably. India has achieved 100% clean cooking access through the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, city gas expansion, and solar cooking pilots, proving that policy-driven solutions can transform lives. The answer to energy transition lies in strategic investments across hydrocarbons and renewables. The future lies in smart capital reallocation, for instance, deploying wind and solar where intermittency is manageable, biofuels where liquid fuel demand persists, and gas where firm power is essential. That is how we assure both affordability and decarbonization. India presents a compelling and diversified investment landscape. 7.6 billion tons of discovered upstream resources, 500 million tons of biofuel foods feedstock, and rising energy demand. At the same time, it is scaling renewables, targeting 5 million metric tons of hydrogen by 2030, US $96 billion in hydrogen investments, and a gas share increase from 6 to 15% alongside a US $30 billion in refining and petrochemical expansion. Third, resilient supply chains for an orderly transition. Supply disruptions, whether in lithium for storage, nickel for EVs, or semiconductors for AI-driven grids, must not create winners and losers in the transition. Without intervention, the growing gap in energy technology access could leave developing economies locked out of the transition. Governments and industries must act decisively to prevent disorderly shifts. Policy cannot remain while the world accelerates. Governments must craft frameworks that incentivize bold innovation, de-risk essential investment, and ensure commitments beyond the short term. Success will be measured, I submit, not by how fast the wealthiest decarbonize, but how inclusively the world transforms. It is our fervent hope that this third edition of India Energy Week becomes the definitive platform for shaping the energy agenda of the future. This is where transformative partnerships will hopefully take place and take shape, where game-changing technologies are unveiled and the future of energy is written. I urge the 6,000 delegates present here to engage meaningfully in the strategic conference sessions planned for the next 4 days and help chart a roadmap to stabilize energy markets and strengthen international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir, for your address. In fact, it sets the tone in the context of our panel discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, as the Honourable Minister mentioned that we have the global energy order, especially being impacted by shifting geopolitical scenario, evolving trade dynamics, and then the urgency of environmental sustainability. So we now invite the views and the insights from our energy leaders here on the dais with this panel discussion on the topic of shaping a new world energy order and trade map. And I hand over the stage to our moderator, Shri Jagaraja, the senior correspondent, CNBC.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Vimy. And let me start by opening up this panel discussion by thanking Minister Puri for very eloquently enumerating the challenges, but also the opportunities that are inherent in the global energy landscape today. And let me start on your first point. We are living in an environment of unfolding uncertainty. From a policy point of view, from a macroeconomic and a market conditions point of view. So that's my first question. How would the panel characterize the balance of macroeconomic and market conditions and risks as they apply to energy pricing? And if I could start with Saad first, please.
First, thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister of Energy, for inviting me to this distinguished panel, and it's great always to be in India. I think on a personal note, Delhi is very special to me. I love coming to Delhi for a specific reason. My father was the first ambassador of Qatar in '74 to India. So Delhi ko bahut pyar karta hai. हिंदी बहुत अच्छा जानता है लेकिन अभी भूल गया पहला बहुत अच्छा जानता है. So anyway, I used to speak fluent Hindi. I can dabble with it, but I'm not as fluent as I used to be. But anyway, so first of all, I'd like to thank His Excellency for his excellent speech that I think captured all what I could have said in a much better way than I could have said it. But I think if one thing regarding pricing and so it's important to understand that energy poverty exists in the world. You have 1 billion people that does not have basic power that we have. I think you see the example of what the Prime Minister Modi mentioned earlier, and I think I applaud him and his government and the Honorable Minister to the plan that has been put in place by India. And I think it's an example of how you need to balance between the requirement of the nation, ensuring that you can have some renewables, you can have gas that is sustainable, and you need a base load for any country for the intermittence. And you see the methanol, you see all the elements. You need everything, including solar, wind, to cater for the demand that's needed in the future. I think the cancel culture of saying, I don't want this or that, some people were really pushing for it. And I think it depends on where you are and what your environment is. Maybe if you have hydro in abundance, and even that turned out to be not as reliable sometimes. So the intermittency of these energies are a problem. So I think to make sure that we can have affordable fossil fuel, affordable renewable sources, we need to have all these investments in whether it's oil and gas, whether it's renewable, and also in efficiency. And the example of what was done in India, where you have villages that were promised to have electricity, you have 100% villages, as I understand, that are connected by electricity in India, which is a magnificent, undertaking, and to have that. And also the ambition of going to 500 gigawatts by 2030. Okay, and having the mix that you have. So I think India is a very good example of what needs to be done in most countries. Every country has its specifics that it has to cater for. But if we don't invest in LNG, for instance. I'll give you an example. LNG today in Europe has spiked up to $15, $16. If you see what Qatar is doing, we are increasing our production of LNG from 77 to 160 million tons globally, to 142 in Qatar, and we have a project in the US that will take it to 160 that will start end of this year, early next year. So this production is going to start next year and incrementally increase in the next few years. If Qatar did not invest in this and take a decision for more than $100 billion of investment about 6 years ago, when people were saying we shouldn't be doing LNG and we should have all green and all renewables, imagine what would happen when you don't have that supply coming on the market. Okay, these spikes that you're seeing going to 16 could go to 25 and 30. So I think we are all supporting it. And this is just an example of LNG, for instance. But you look at the crude oil and others. The petrochemical sector, renewable cannot make plastics. It can give you energy. But you need refineries and you need oil products and you need to actually manufacture the carpets that we're walking on, the suits we're wearing. All of it has some form of oil and gas. So I think we need to be reasonable. There is absolutely no doubt the environmental issues that we're faced with need to be catered for. So if you look at what we're doing in Qatar, for instance, the LNG plants that we're building, we have the largest CO2 sequestration site in the MENA region. We're actually injecting 2.5 million tons today. We started in 15 when nobody even knew CO2 sequestration, or most people didn't talk about it. We're going to go up to about 11 million tons of LNG. All our ships are powered by LNG. We're using the best equipment with the least emission possible. Qatar today, although we're the largest LNG producer, or second largest LNG producer now in the world, 10% of our power, about 10 years ago, we had no solar power. In Qatar, 10% of our power is from solar. Mid this year, we're going to inaugurate another 2 plants. We'll have about 15% from solar. By 2030, 30% of the power in Qatar will be from solar. So we're doing our part to also make sure that we are doing our best on the environment. And I think we all collectively need to be fair, to make sure that there is ample supply of resources to make it affordable and reliable and available to all countries around the world for their growth and economic growth. And also we need to make sure that we're doing enough on the renewable and on the efficiency side to have a good balance. But cancel culture is wrong, and I think people are discovering that will not cut it.
And clearly all options need to be on the table, Saad, which is another way of framing what you said. And I would say that we got a sobering reminder of that during the Ukraine crisis and Germany's experience of pulling the plug, no pun intended, on nuclear with the benefit of the hindsight prematurely. Can I get on to the controversial and a rather topical question now? How has a second Trump administration, in your opinion, as policymakers, shaken up the global energy landscape? And Minister Puri, if I can start with you.
Well, thank you for asking me that question. I've been a student of foreign and security policy. I served 39 years in the Indian Foreign Service. My last term was as India's permanent representative to the United Nations in New York. I had the great privilege of knowing President Trump when he was not the president, but I had the privilege of living in the World Trump Tower, and he used to visit us every year, have a annual get-together with the residents of the World Trump Tower. I was minister in waiting when he came here on the first official visit. So I have watched the unfolding events with more than a sense of interest. Let me say that democracies, whether in our countries, those of us who are paneled here, democracies throw up verdicts. They will, this thing, Make America Great Again is a very powerful, catchy, this thing. We live in an interdependent world. So obviously, I can tell you from India's point of view, 50% of my GDP is in the external sector. So what happens outside, the value of goods imported and exported, value of remittances, all that shapes our GDP. There is one aspect of the new administration's focus on energy, which I must say is music to my ears. When the new administration says that more energy should come on the market and more energy means prices should, come down. Clearly, for a country like India, which is both consumer and producer, there are some of my oil marketing companies who get upset every time the price comes down because their balance sheets don't show that. But as an Indian and as a line minister, I'm very happy with prices coming down. My friend, my first point is there has never been a shortage of energy in the world. I mean, not now. There is more than enough energy available. What we are discussing here is this making available that energy. Now, what concerns me in all this is that, look, and this was part of my prepared notes, that we are still, whilst many countries are doing very well, they will transition, some will pay a higher price. You mentioned one country which, took the February 22 this thing and ended up with consequences. But there's something called energy poverty. There are 1.18 billion people who are energy poor. There are 750 million who are lacking access to electricity and 2 billion without clean cooking solution. I think we can solve that problem quite easily. That problem should be resolved quickly. Then the past decade has been the warmest on record, 2024, 1.55 degrees Celsius rise above pre-industrial levels. How do you manage to do this and at the same time make sure that energy is available in abundant supply? Now, where I come from, and this is a deeply held conviction in my case, there is more and more energy coming on the global markets. I mean, it's coming from the Western Hemisphere to begin with. I mean, Brazil produces 3 million barrels a day. They're getting another 140,000 barrels they're going to put on the market. Suriname, Guyana, Canada, United States, by the way, 13 million barrels a day they produce, and I think another 1.6 million will come up.
And just on that, Minister, if I can just intervene quickly, Prime Minister Modi ji is going to be meeting President Trump
he's in Paris today, and then he will be proceeding to Washington for that.
Bilateral energy cooperation centered on an Indian commitment to buy more LNG and maybe civil nuclear collaboration. Is that on the agenda?
No, I was addressing a press conference to prepare for this event to welcome all of you.
Yes.
And I was asked this question, whether further energy cooperation would be discussed. And I said, I would be surprised if it isn't discussed. I mean, as it is, the fact is we are buying $20 billion of energy from the United States every year. I have a long-term agreement with my friend, my brother here, which has to last till 2028. But I've already signed another long-term agreement. And it's an open secret. I mean, it's not even a secret, it's open. We are in the world for more and more LNG. We are expanding our capacity at the terminals, for liquefaction, gasification, etc. Now, I have already a commitment that I want to take natural gas, from 6% to 15% in my energy mix. Now, therefore, we are wanting to sign long-term deals. We are in the market, etc. So that is a given. What I would like to see are the transitions are orderly and that they are without, if I may use the word, zigzags. And, for that, I think we need to sit down together and make sure that whilst we address our requirements of sufficient availability and therefore affordability, and we make sure our commitments to sustainability and transition are there, those parts of the world where clean cooking gas, for instance, is required, it's such an easy thing to solve. And I think that the Global Biofuels Alliance and other developments, if we all put down our heads together, we can make sure that no one is without clean energy for basic needs.
Nuclear.
Oh,
should
yes,
that
absolutely.
Should that be on the agenda?
Oh, 100%. Look, it has to be.
And is it, and broadly, and I put this to all the panelists, is it an option? Because the way I see it as an observer of the energy transition is that, like it or not, controversial as it is, nuclear is increasingly emerging as an option, nuclear reimagined, nuclear next generation, small modular reactors in this narrative, especially as it applies to this seemingly insatiable demand for power that's going to be generated through this AI boom and data centers.
I should have responded straight away because you had put that in.
Please.
Let me say that we've gone down that road. We went down that road. We signed the India-US civilian nuclear energy deal. We had an India-specific IAEA safeguards agreement. But somehow the commercial contracting never took place. There were problems, on liability and other things. But now we're talking about small modular reactors. I entirely agree. I think this is now very much a part of the discussion. And I also agree with you that all our net zero commitments, etc., nuclear provides a efficient, cost-effective thing, but you have to go through a particular road. And I'm sure that this is going to be a discussion point in major, wherever such discussions take place. I see that happening.
Minister, thank you for that. I want to bring in Minister Miliband and Dr. Mashaka Biteko, but before I do, did anybody want to respond to that? Diversification is a watchword that has come up time and time again in the conversations. Saad, you alluded to that. What is the optimum energy mix? Ed, you...
Well, look, can I first of all say what a privilege it is to be here at India Energy Week, and Minister Puri, I want to thank you for hosting us here today and to congratulate the Government of India on its vision for energy, for tackling climate change and all the other issues, including economic development, obviously, centrally. Look, I think there is a large degree of agreement on this panel about some certain truths. Minister Puri talked about the climate crisis incredibly compellingly, about the way in which it is not just some theoretical future threat, but is a real and present, and it's true across all countries. January was the hottest January on record. Secondly, I think there is a common narrative across all of us that we want to achieve economic growth and development, energy security, and tackling climate change all together. It's not a question of either or. We need all of those things together. And thirdly, then, all of us in our different ways, depending on our national interests and capacities, are going to pursue our own paths as part of this transition. And just to speak briefly about the United Kingdom, look, here is our position, which is the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a massive wake-up call for the world, but also for us in particular, because what we saw was a huge spike in fossil fuel prices, having a massive impact on our consumers, on our businesses, and our public finances. And we are a proud producer in the North Sea of oil and gas, but we are also a price taker, not a price maker, on the international markets. And that means that we were hit in a massive way. So the experience of the United Kingdom is that for us, energy security, economic growth and jobs, and tackling the climate crisis all point in the same direction, which is to make this transition to clean energy as fast as we can. And to answer your question, nuclear must be part of the mix, renewables must be part of the mix. Given the scale of demand for electricity our countries are going to face in the coming years, we need all of these technologies as part of this clean energy transition. And as my friend from Qatar rightly says, oil and gas will obviously play a role underpinning this transition. So I actually think that there is a large degree of unity across us on these questions, And I think we're going to shape our own pathways depending on the particular circumstances we have as a country.
It seems that there's no disagreement as to how to get there, but the method of how to get there, and the method of enforcement, policy framework, regulation, and the rubber really seems to be hitting the road at the moment. Is it incentives? Is it subsidies? Is it taxes? And Saad, Qatar and European Union are clashing on this very issue. And arguably it's an issue in the UK as well. So how do we square that circle? And what then is the optimum policy framework? Please.
I think what was mentioned by all of us is exactly the same. I mean, we all know there is a problem. We all know there is, from an environmental point of view, we all know that we need to have all energy sources. I mean, to me, you talked about nuclear. To me, any country that has the access to the technology, can do it safely, and can afford it, and doesn't do it, if their public is agreeable to it, I think they should absolutely do it. Because you need nuclear, you need gas, you need oil, you need renewables to get a good energy mix for the long term. So whoever can do it should do it. I mean, as far as nuclear is concerned, for instance, we need all sources. We're going to have a billion and a half to 2 billion people here in the next 30 to 40 years. You know, we're going to need the middle class is increasing. We need more power. We need more. I mean, data centers alone. People are talking about huge, power requirements that only 2 years ago were not even on the map of anybody or on the plans for anybody. So I think you need all energy mix. Every country is different. When you talk about Norway having almost 90% hydro, it's different than India, okay, and their situation with the population and the energy mix they can have. Qatar is different than, everybody's different.
I don't want to, just very quickly.
Please.
67 million people go to the petrol or the dispensing station every day in India to fill up on different forms of energy. So I asked myself a question, and we have an excellent biofuels program where we've achieved nearly 20% biofuel. I asked my colleagues, my secretary in the ministry and others, today the biofuels program is doing very well because the viability, the price is okay. It's not much higher than the petrol. So somebody has a conscience, we'll go for more biofuel when we have that E100. But if the price of green energy is out of range from cheaper other energy, then you are dependent on the goodwill of people to make the transition. I think governments have a responsibility, and at least that's how I look at our task, to make it, to do policy formulation in such a way that green energy gets a push. It can come in different ways. Incentivization, it comes in government tax and other it comes through, like we have a PLI scheme for electrolyzer subsidy to make move to green hydrogen. So I think a mix of both.
If I may just add to your point, beautiful point, but I think I would like to just add to that. If we keep supporting gas producers, oil producers around the world, to develop more and do it responsibly. There are ways to do it responsibly and ways irresponsibly. Most companies now have ESG requirements that they put in. You can do sequestration, you can do a lot of things. But for this equation to work, or this system to work, you need affordable energy, as His Excellency mentioned. These spikes that you see are increased tremendously if you have lack of supply. So when people keep harping on oil and gas producers and demonizing them, and you shouldn't be producing more oil and you shouldn't be producing more gas all along the last 10 years, that actually doesn't help in solving the environmental problem and doesn't help in making this equilibrium or some kind of a balance between pricing that you need. So we need affordable, ample supply of oil, gas, and investment in all the other green initiatives.
Thank you for that, Saad. And let me just pick up on this point of affordability. Let me bring in Minister Bitoko. In Tanzania, your country has a lot of hydro. And that is something of a success story, and you're even exporting some of that surplus power to East Africa. So this issue of interconnectivity is a very important one, and give us a sense of how that is making energy affordable, not just for your country, but East Africa more broadly on a regional basis.
Thank you so much, moderator. But before I say what I want to say, I also want to thank the organizers of this event and the Indian government for extending invitation to us to be part of this India Energy Week, which I think is a place or a platform where we can share insights and learn from each other and see what we can do to make sure the population that we have back home are all powered by electricity or energy. Coming to your question, the world is very dynamic currently. We're facing a situation where we cannot be static. We have to face the reality. And the prescription of one size fits all cannot work in the current world, because the situation in Qatar is quite different from the situation in Tanzania, or the situation in India is different from the situation in any other country. So the bottom line is we just want to make our people have access to energy. And this is very, very important. So which way should one take? It is not one size fits all. It can be different from one country to the other. As you have said, and Minister Puri has said, close to more than 1 billion people in the world are lacking electricity, and 600 million out of that are coming from Africa. So if we take a prescription from the developed countries, then we want to fit it to the underdeveloped countries, then we miss a very big point. That's why I'm saying we have to face it with the reality at hand. The climate change, the emerging technology, the financing issues, these are the issues that one has to look at it and see which way one can have a pathway. So coming back to your question, in my country, Tanzania, the most dominant energy mix is hydro, where we are at 65%, and a few days ago we had an African head of state summit where we are discussing on how we can power the 300 million people to electricity, which they are lacking currently. We have a target where we want, in the year 2030, we want to push the entire country to 100 renewables, and hydro being one of the major sources of electricity. Now, currently we are relying on hydro, and we have natural gas, we have solar, and we don't use fossil fuel currently because of the price, which is very, very high. So the excess we have, what are we going to do with it? For instance, currently we have access of like 750 megawatt excess. What do we do with this excess electricity? That's why we subscribe to two pools, the Eastern African Power Pool and the SADC Power Pool, where we share whatever excess we have across our neighboring countries. Now, having excess is one issue. The second issue is how do you evacuate the electricity you have to your neighboring country? This is where the capital intensivity is coming in. You need money to put up the transmission line so that you can connect and create an interconnector between you and your neighboring country. Currently, we are putting up an infrastructure where we want to connect ourselves with Zambia, but we have already connected ourselves with our neighbor Kenya, Rwanda, and Burundi, and Uganda, which also is underway. So we are sharing electricity. When one has a problem with electricity supply, one can get from the neighboring country. Now, what do we need to do? And I want to indicate this in this panel. For instance, we have abundance of resource, especially on the coal. We have also the uranium, which also is one of the sources for electricity. But how do you get the finances? Because there is this narrative that this is a no-go zone source of energy. So no one is interested to finance this, and this has now become a problem. The issue here is how do we manage emission? whenever we do any activity, the emission management should be a key question to every one of us. And this is what we really say, bringing electricity to 300 million people in the next 5 years in Africa, it really requires a lot of investment, which we think, for instance, in Tanzania, we need close to $12 billion within 5 years to make sure the energy access which we have currently goes to 100%. So the interconnectors are very important, and we are busy working for that. And at least in our pools, the Eastern Africa power pools and the SADC power pools, as I have said, they are all in agreement that we have to create a space for us to make sure interconnectors are viable. And what we pre to the international community...
Can I just ask you...
let me finish
one. Please,
I'm finishing this one. What we prove to the international community, we really need just energy transition, and we need carbon space, because Africa actually is, the emission volume that is coming from Africa is very small. But the way it is treated is like we are pro rata, we are equal, then we have to be treated equally, which I think it can't be fair, and the just energy transition cannot appear. Thank you so much.
Getting back to the point of all options need to be on the table, are there red lines, though, here? And you mentioned, Minister, that your country is struggling to find financing to develop and invest in coal projects. Should coal even be on the table, since it is the most polluting fossil fuel? And Minister Puri, can I ask you for that and India's experience?
Well, I wouldn't want to provide any rescue. There is a global narrative on this, you know, we should be moving away from all that. And I think the ability that you can move away will depend on how you're positioned. Now, for instance, it's very easy for me to do 20% biofuels blending, very easy for me to talk about solar, etc. But the fact of the matter is some of the coal will be there still. And I was, somebody tried to grill me the other day, oh no, we are dependent on coal. I said, no, you're missing the point. My electricity power, 17% is only 17%. But I have to find a way of transiting through that. I have to find a way of going out of it. Some countries are a little more vulnerable than others. But I would show understanding and then encourage all of us, including ourselves, to transition from that to cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. I mean, there was a time when we used to have these discussions 3.5 years ago. I used to be told that gas is not entirely a clean this thing. To me, gas is very clean compared to coal or to other things. And therefore, I have no... Then, of course, the mainstream narrative also changed.
Thank you for that, Minister. Minister Miliband.
I mean, look, it seems to me that it's all about making the economics work. If you take the UK experience, we were massively reliant on coal for a very, very long time, and we shut down our last coal-fired power station last autumn. And you know, the economics has changed massively for us. So I was doing this job 15 years ago, and we were making a long-term argument about renewables being cost competitive, but they weren't cost competitive in the short term. Now, the cheapest form of power to build and operate in the UK is solar, onshore wind and offshore wind. Correct. And for our colleague from Tanzania, I think, you know, part of the responsibility of developed countries, of the multilateral development banks and others, is to make the economics work, make the economics of this transition work. Personally, I think the transition is only going in one direction. This is an unstoppable transition because of climate reasons. And the truth is that oil and gas will play an important bridging role, but if we exploit all of our fossil fuel reserves, we should just be honest, we're going to have temperatures not of 1.5 degrees, not of 2 degrees, but of 3 degrees, 4 degrees. And this is just a scientific reality that we have to face up to. And so it is about making, this only works, this transition, if we make the economics work as well as making the long-term climate imperative work.
I'm always looking for agreement in converging space. I completely agree. You have to make the economics work. And therefore, I think what we need to ensure is that what we are doing by way of transition is attractive also. Attractive means it's viable. I mean, if you take an ideologically doctrinaire position, which is what happened in this discussion right at the point, oh, this is bad, no more of this, no investment went in there. So the prices, by the way, if prices are high, that's also accelerates the transition. But I think as responsible governments, we should ensure that the economic viability also factors into this. And therefore, at the end of the day, whilst everything will be there, you must lean and come in on the side of the cleaner energy. And I believe that is happening. And I also believe, I agree with it, the transition journey is very clear. If somebody had told me 5 years ago, but we will need natural gas, lots of it. My shut power plants will open up. My other economic activity will open up. Also, all the other newer energy, green hydrogen, by the way, the Honorable Prime Minister talked about a 5 million metric tons target of green hydrogen by 2030. I frankly think that is a target which we will do much better than that, because green hydrogen is suddenly shooting up. People realize tenders are being floated, bidders are coming in, and therefore I'm very optimistic on the transition.
Sorry, Sir, just before I come to you, I'm very conscious of the time and I don't want to overrun, and I can't see any clock here, so can I just check with the organisers? 5 minutes, thank you very much.
Can I make an uncharacteristic comment about coal?
Please.
I think there's a difference. What we're saying here is you need to look at a country that actually has the resource and has coal, and the difference between that and a country that's importing coal. There's a big difference. And the growth rate in that country. So if I would put India and China, for instance, as huge countries, okay, together more than half of the world or half of the world, and they have ample resources of their own coal, and then we tell them as, energy sector or as leaders around the world, you shouldn't produce your own coal and depend on imports. I think you need to utilize the coal that you have, do it responsibly, see if there are ways to mitigate that. But if the growth rate and the ambition of His Honorable the Prime Minister is going to stay intact, I think there is no way to do it if you say, I cancel coal. I could be completely wrong, but a transition to that and doing it slowly and making sure that people who have their own resources can also utilize their resources and come down. And I'll tell you something we are doing for coal as Qatar. We're building the largest blue ammonia plant in the world. It's going to be starting production next year. That mixed with a lot of customers on coal are talking to us because you mix it with coal and it reduces it's one of the solutions to reduce some of the emissions from coal. But I think we should get away from cancel culture on everything. We need all resources to be on deck.
Let me just end by asking another potentially controversial question, and that's about global leadership in the journey towards net zero emissions and the 2030 climate goals. The fact that the US, the Trump administration, has withdrawn from the Paris climate deal and has rescinded the Biden-era green policy initiatives, how much of a setback is that for the transition and global leadership? Or is there momentum? Minister.
I mean, look, I think it's really important to say that we as the UK want as many countries in the Paris Agreement as possible. But I was very struck at COP29 after President-elect Trump, as he then was, had been elected, that there was such a will to keep going with this transition. I think this is an unstoppable transition. I think there are sort of two truths that we need to hold. One, this transition is unstoppable. Two, if we carry on going at the same rate, we're going to be, all of us, in deep, deep trouble as countries as we face the effects of climate change, because we're in a, broadly speaking, 1.5 degree world, probably a bit less than that, and it has already got very frightening prospects. So individual countries will make their own decisions, but I think the economics is driving us towards this transition. And in addition, I think the climate imperative is driving us towards this ambition. I'll just make this one other point to you, which is, in the UK, we see this as a huge economic opportunity. You know, we see the prospects around jobs in renewables, jobs in carbon capture and storage, jobs in hydrogen, as a massive growth and jobs opportunity. So to those countries that want to seize this opportunity, good, that's what we want to do. To those countries that decide not to seize that opportunity, that's their own decision, and they will have to make their own decisions.
Minister Puri.
Well, I agree almost entirely with what Secretary Miliband said. I can tell you our own example. As we are accelerating biofuels, we're already nearly at 20%. We're thinking of what more to do. It's a lot of money saved on imports. That money goes to our agricultural community. But overall, we are still spending $150 billion on imports of traditional energy. Please correct me, Now, if I see the price of green hydrogen coming down, it's about $3.5, $4 dollars for a kilo now. But if I see it coming down, I am not a betting man, but I am very sure there will be such public pressure. The transition is going to take place, irrespective of what we or anybody else says. Transition, the journey is that. If we bring the price of green hydrogen down, I believe there will be such a shift to green hydrogen, because we've already demonstrated that the cost of solar energy is brought down from 25 cents to 3 cents. All you need is an electrolyzer. And I believe work is going on a frantic pace. So my response for our moderator, transitions will take place. The pace of that transition will be determined by steps that individual countries will take or we will take collectively. And I'm very sure that it's heading in that direction. I do think that we need multilateral and plurilateral engagements and discussion, and I'm sure we'll be able to navigate this.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. Mr. Biteka.
Yeah, thank you. I again want to reiterate that transitioning is inevitable. We have to move. But how do we move? It's very, very important. Let be allowed countries with resources that are responsible for generating electricity be allowed to use that space so that they can create security of supply. Because the question here is the security of supply, the affordability, because if you tell me about the hydrogen, which is really costly, that cannot be afforded by these developing countries, it's going to be something that we're pushing the big population out of the equation simply because of the terminology transition. I'll give you an example. In Tanzania, we mine coal, but we're exporters of coal, and we are not allowed to to put up a plant for coal plant. And here, we export the coal to Europe. For Poland, for instance, this is the biggest buyer of the coal. And I think in the energy mix, above 60% of the energy mix is coming from the coal. But what is it? It is possible in other countries, but it is not possible in Africa. So this something has to be looked at, and we need what we are saying a just transition. We need what we are saying, let's get something which is workable in a different country. We agree the move has to be there. We need to transition. But how do we do that? It has to be a formula which is created, a clause, and which is really one size fits all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Saad.
I think enough has been said about that subject. I think I'll just...
All right. Minister Miliband, do you have any final thoughts on the transition? The consensus here is that it is unstoppable, but what is important is to find the right policy framework to
well, look,
manage and guide that transition.
I think it's been a great session, and I think, my final point, and I think it very much reflects what Minister Puri said, is that there are just huge opportunities to work together across countries, bilaterally, plurilaterally, multilaterally. This these challenges that we are facing, and I thought our colleague from Tanzania put it very well when he talked about cooperation across borders in relation to grids and other energy cooperation. These challenges are such that no one country on their own can tackle them. The only way we can tackle them is with partnership, and I think that's very much the spirit of India Energy Week and indeed this conference. So I'm delighted to have been here today.
Thank you very much, Minister Miliband. And that's it for this panel, which has been very engaging, very stimulating. I'll leave you with some final words and final thoughts that really encapsulated the essence of this panel, and that is leveraging hydrocarbons strategically so that renewables can scale is the critical imperative and what we really need to see. So thank you very much indeed for joining us and for listening in, and we will have more stimulating conversations throughout India Energy Week. And thank you to our panelists.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you to our panelists for this very engaging and insightful discussions as we reimagined and rethinking energy security, and then our strategic partnerships and the supply chains. And as they mentioned, collaboration is going to be the key towards navigating these transformations. May I request our dignitaries to be kindly taking their seats for, and requesting you all to remain in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an important launch which is going to be taking place now. Please be taking your seats. May I request everyone to be there at their respective seats, requesting our dignitaries to be at their seats, for there's an important launch happening. May I request the ministers to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an important launch which we are going to be now witnessing. And as our eminent dignitaries, speakers' voice, transition is something which is unstoppable, and it's going to be a mixed basket of energy. Hydrocarbons will continue to play an important role. And in India's energy journey, one of the important pillars towards our energy secure future has been OALP, the Open Acreage Licensing Policy, a very transforming policy towards empowering exploration, unlocking our resources, and attracting investments to strengthen India's hydrocarbon sector. Till now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had 8 successful bid rounds of under the OALP. The 9th one is in progress. There have been 144 ENP blocks which have been awarded. And we are happy to announce, ladies and gentlemen, that today there's another milestone which is going to be, we are going to be covering with the launch of the 10th bid round of OALP, opening newer ENP frontiers for both the domestic as well as the global investors. And must I mention here, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the largest OALP round in terms of the acreage of it in the single bid round. This time we have 25 blocks which are on offer. So as we launch this, I would like to request our Honorable Minister Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji to please launch the 10th bid round of OALP by placing his his hand on the globe there. So ladies and gentlemen, as we invite your partnerships, your collaborations towards untapping the much untapped, we now have the launch of the 10th bid round of OALP, the Open Acreage Licensing Policy. 25 ENP blocks, ladies and gentlemen, are on offer.
India is one of the fastest growing economies with a surging energy demand. Addressing this need, the government launched the Hydrocarbon Exploration and Licensing Policy. Since its inception, 3.78 lakh square kilometer acreages have been offered through 9 OALP bid rounds. The government is transforming the energy sector with bold policy reform, expanding exploration frontiers and fostering a business-friendly environment. The Oil Fields Regulation and Development Amendment Bill 2024 introduces far-reaching reforms aimed at unlocking India's hydrocarbon potential while ensuring sustainable and responsible resource management. The government is spending around rupees 7,500 crore towards geoscientific data generation in unappraised sedimentary basin and upgrading the national data repository to a cloud-based platform. Additionally, no-go areas have been reduced by 99%.
ENP offers investment opportunities at least worth $100 billion by 2030.
Building on this momentum, the government proudly announces the launch of OALP Bid Round 10, the largest round under hydrocarbon exploration licensing policy, offering 25 blocks across 191,986 square kilometers in 13 sedimentary basins. This is primarily an offshore bid round with 19 offshore blocks. With OALP Round 10, the government is opening new frontiers and unlocking vast untapped hydrocarbon potential. To enhance the exploration in Category 2 and 3 basin, special incentives are introduced, such as extended and phased exploration period, bidding only seismic work program, and swapping of work program. The OALP Round 10 is
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Join hands in exploring the unexplored, thanking our honorable ministers, our leaders for sharing their vision as we all come together towards shaping this new world energy order. I would like to request all the people to remain at their respective seats as the honorable ministers and the ambassadors are now going to be escorted to the area where the hydrogen powered bus is stationed, and the honorable ministers and the ambassadors are going to be experiencing the journey in this, the ride in the hydrogen bus. The rest of the people who are there, please remain at your respective seats. We are going to be opening the gates as you join us further for lunch. Would like to just request the dignitaries who are seated in the front rows, people who have access to the executive club, requesting them to be, just wait for a couple of more minutes, but then requesting them to be joining us for lunch in the executive club area. The rest of the delegates, you're requested to be joining us for lunch in the lunch area, which is just adjoining the exhibition area. 2 o'clock, we are going to be starting with our session here, the first session of the strategic conference. The technical sessions are starting at 12:30 in the exhibition area in hall 1, 2, and 3. So thank you once again. Just make way for our dignitaries as they're escorted to the area where the bus is stationed. We have the hydrogen bus as everyone reflected. It's going to be hydrogen, the fuel of the future, very promising fuel. We have this hydrogen bus which is outside. Our honorable ministers, ambassadors are going to be taking a ride in that, experiencing the hydrogen bus, the fuel of the future. Thanking once again, ladies and gentlemen, many congratulations to all, thanking all the participants, and we now move for lunch. Our distinguished dignitaries in the front row having access to the executive club are requested to kindly move to the executive club for lunch. The rest of the delegates, we're opening the gates. You're requested to kindly be moving to the lunch area. The lunch is going to be on, ladies and gentlemen, from 12 to 2:30, so we have a good amount of 2.5 hours. Just requesting you all if you can take your lunch in phases and shifts, and so that there is no crowding there. You can peacefully enjoy your lunch and then make way for the others to be joining in the lunch area. Meanwhile, you can be also visiting the exhibition area. Thank you, and happy discussions and deliberations, and happy shaping the global energy order, which is fueling the...
Khan. He is an advisor to the Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources in Bangladesh. You have a few words, Mr. Khan.
Shall I go with the statement or? Okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Moderator, my fellow panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Let me start by thanking the Government of India for organizing the 3rd edition of Energy Week. I also wish to extend my thanks for inviting me to this important event. Today we are here to respond to the pressing issue of our time, looking for sustainable, scalable, equitable, and affordable solutions to meet the acute global energy needs. Indeed, energy is the key to powering our future. It uplifts lives, empowers communities and individuals, helps reduce poverty, and drives economic growth. In 2015, the world committed to ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy for all. While much progress has been made, we are clearly off track in achieving SDG 7. At the current rate, some 660 million people would still be without electricity by 2030. Here comes the issue of energy equity. Developing nations continue to struggle to achieve universal access and clean energy transitions. Weak infrastructure, underfunding, as well as low and unequal access to reliable and clean energy exacerbated the energy situation. Moreover, international financial support for clean energy in these countries continues to decline. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2000, the country's efforts to bridge the domestic energy divide began with the installation of 4.5 million solar home system in hard-to-reach areas. Under a project run by Infrastructure Development Company Limited, which I had the privilege of being the CEO. ITCOL also installed 70,000 domestic biogas plants and 4.6 million improved cook stoves to meet the cooking needs in rural areas. As a nation, we have witnessed how access to energy transforms lives. Bangladesh achieved access to electricity for 100% of its population. Today's Bangladesh's installed capacity is roughly 150% of the current peak demand. Though basic access to electricity has improved with some considerable success, the energy crisis in Bangladesh continues to cast a long shadow over socio-economic development. Today, inequality persists as the people in urban areas remain on the privileged side in terms of access to electricity. Climate change and extreme weather events continues to undermine our energy security. This even jeopardizes our renewable energy sources and supplies. In addition, our achievements in the energy sector were marred by abundance of competition in energy sector procurements, failure to ensure fuel supply for additional generation capacity, inadequate attention to balanced development of transmission and distribution networks, and rent-seeking and cronyism at an unprecedented scale. According to the white paper produced by an independent commission, the electricity generation sector has suffered losses of at least $6 billion due to irregularities and illegal gratification by the past regime. Our interim government has taken initiative to correct the policy failures by restoring open competition, ensuring fuel supply, initiating tariff renegotiation, addressing transmission and distribution bottlenecks, and putting an end to cronyism. We hope that all these measures will help make the energy sector financially sustainable and technically viable. Drawing from our first-hand experience, I wish to put forth a few proposals to address the challenges of closing the energy access gap. Developed countries should come forward and cooperate with the developing nations in transferring technology for green, environment-friendly, and clean energy solutions. Meaningful partnership across governments, industries, and industrial organizations need to be reinforced by sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources to develop and implement clean, scalable, and affordable energy solutions. Investors, donors, partners, and multilateral financial institutions need to heavily invest in developing countries, including constructing transmission network, and renewable energy infrastructure. Fourth, energy trade with preferential approach may be encouraged among countries within a region where taxes and tariffs may be exempted. Transparency and open competition in public procurement need to be ensured to protect the poor from energy scarcity and tariff increase. Mostly, we need regional cooperation to address our energy problem. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the clock is ticking, and we have once-in-a-generation opportunity to ignite meaningful actions for a more sustainable future. Let's put our collective efforts in navigating the challenges around energy crisis and unlocking a brighter future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, for that short introduction, and we will certainly be grilling you on the points that you brought up. So the topic today, ladies and gentlemen, is closing the energy access gap, meeting the world's growing equity challenge. So let me set the stage. We are talking about the traditional energy trilemma, which is sustainability, security, and affordability. Now that has shaped global energy policies for years, but with increasing calls to include social justice and energy equity, well, how should governments and private sectors actually recalibrate their priorities in order to address this expanded so-called energy quadrilemma? Well, that's what the guests are here to answer. Gentlemen, let's start off by talking about national and regional equity. Mr. Berry first. Now, India has made significant strides in expanding its energy access. Yet, there are disparities between urban centers and rural communities. What lessons can India offer in terms of balancing this rapid energy growth with equitable distribution? I mean, how does Niti Aayog, for example, prioritize energy equity in terms of national policy making?
Well, let me first make the point that India is a federation, and a lot of the action is at the level of the states. It's a complicated federation, but we have what we call centrally sponsored schemes which provide cost sharing for certain national initiatives, and clearly electrification is one of those. Just to refer a little bit both to what the other speaker had to say and what you raised, it is one of the, I think, significant achievements of this government that the gap between access to electricity between urban and rural areas has been narrowed substantially, and also that the availability of power, because we must in all of this not forget that it's not, power is not just a single thing. The quality of power is also important. So we've made progress on this. But I think when you talk about regional differences, the fact of the matter remains that there are significant differences in the per capita income of states, and access to high quality power is very important to bridge that gap, because we tend to think of power as a consumer good, but it is also extremely important for livelihoods. And so you've asked the question, what is it we can do to narrow that gap? And I think the point is to have these national schemes. But I also want to say that access and affordability are linked. For us, access has been a question of getting power to the village, but then after that there is the issue of last mile connectivity, where, as it were, personal means also arise, but also that if you like, a whole range of other interventions are needed to raise per capita income, and at higher per capita income, obviously, the utilization of electricity would go up. Okay.
The international, following up, the International Energy Agency estimates that a third of the world's population still use conventional biomass in the domestic sector. We're talking coal, we're talking charcoal, we're talking agricultural waste, we're even talking animal dung. And this conventional biomass in domestic sector has been particularly sticky feature of India's energy basket. Would you agree? And so what's the government's strategy in terms of dealing with this issue over the medium term?
Well, again, affordability comes into it, but so firstly, electrification. If the electricity is not there, then you have no alternatives, and it has to be affordable. So that has been the big push for electrification to substitute, as it were, traditional biomass. Let me just make the point, though, that certain kinds of traditional biomass, particularly animal dung, we have been investing a great deal of attention into making this a source of biogas. The other point that I'd make is that physical access is very important. So making sure that the transmission lines go out so that people can rely on on electricity is a way of displacing it. But I would just add one point here, I'm sure we'll get to it later, which is that a separate but very important initiative has been to remove, if you like, traditional fuels from the kitchen and replace them with LPG, and that has been done successfully, 100 million households, I believe, largely so as to deal with the issue of indoor air pollution, which is associated with the burning of wood in kitchens and indoors.
So affordability then leads access to sustainability.
Well, access first, but then it has to be affordable access, both for the last mile connectivity and also so that people, are able to pay for the electricity. And that's where we get into a very complicated and vexed issue of how is it that you, induce people to pay. And there's a particular issue in India that agricultural households typically do not have a metered power, although that is changing. And so to the extent a fairly large part of India's, it's not all farmers are poor, but ensuring that tariffs for the rural sector are cover costs is something that is politically very salient.
Okay. Mr. Khan, maybe you can share with us Bangladesh's experience. Bangladesh is recognized for its innovative approach to energy access, particularly in the electrification through solar home systems. However, challenges still remain in terms of scaling up these solutions sustainably. So how is Bangladesh actually addressing this tension between expanding access rapidly while at the same time ensuring long-term affordability?
I think on this issue, let's go back to the 4 A's of energy security. So first comes the access. So in terms of access, we've done remarkably well. We have 100% access either through conventional grid or through off-grid solution. That's good news. But then the bad news is that the availability of electricity itself, you have the lines, but the actual electricity coming through from the grid, there we have not been as successful. And the reason for that is that our short of primary energy, because to produce electricity you need gas, you need coal, or you need LNG, or some kind of primary fuel. So our domestic gas reserve is depleting, We are also going for onshore and offshore bidding to augment gas supply. But as you know, anything to do with the development of primary energy is time-consuming. You have to do the 2D, 3D surveys, then you do the exploration, which could be hit or a miss, and then once you have found the reserve, then you need process plants, and then you need the gas connection. So we are working on that, and then so that with access, not only access, but the availability also increases with ensuring. Because we also have enough generation capacity, is 150% of our peak demand. But some of these plants are unutilized because of lack of primary fuel. So once we are able to augment this supply of primary fuel, then we'll be able to make more electricity available to our rural population. But then there comes the issue of affordability. Because you see, since in the short run we have energy shortage, we have to rely on imported LNG, for example, imported coal, for example. And prices of those inputs are variable and often rising. So which means that the generation costs are going to go up higher. So will you be able to pass this to the consumer? That is the challenge as outlined by the earlier speaker, the chairman of Niti Aayog. That is where the challenge is. But fortunately, we have found an area that there are in the power and energy sector, there was a lot of rent seeking over the last 15, 16 years. We contracted what you call electricity at high, exorbitant prices. Our energy contracts were also, because of cronyism and rent seeking, was higher than they should be. So what we are doing now is that we are redoing that where possible. We are renegotiating them where possible. And hopefully we'll be able to bring down the costs of electricity generation and energy procurement. And hopefully we have not raised, in the past 6 months, we have not raised the price of electricity, and we are trying to do it through reduction of costs, and we are doing that through open competition, open and transparent competition. And this gives you immediate dividends. So for example, there was a curtail on imports of liquid fuel. Only 3-4 people companies would supply fuel. So there are some restrictions so we lifted those restrictions. Now there are 12 companies participated. And then we had a saving of about 800 crore taka on half-yearly basis, leading to 1,600 crore taka on an annual basis. So we are now addressing as you know that this has two sides, prices, two sides. One is the cost side. We are trying to, bring the cost of energy procurement, energy distribution, transmission distribution, and hopefully we'll be able to keep it affordable. But it's a huge task.
I want to follow up on, you said, keeping energy prices stable and possibly with targets to bring it down. Tell us about rates where they were 10 years ago, where they are now, and where you hope to bring them to.
You see, the way we look at it, ours is an interim government, so we are, one of our tasks is to stabilize the economy. So we are trying to do that. And also our hope to keep the energy sector as a whole in better shape than, as I said, as I already indicated, we had a serious problem. So we hope that we'll be able to bring it to a level where our energy security would be better. The access, as I said, we've already achieved 100% access, so there's no issue there. But on availability, we'll make, because there is a disparity in availability of power in rural and urban areas, so that will be able to do that. And then also keep it affordable. So we are doing that. So by initiating a strategic policy reform, we would like to put the sector in a place where it can go on a growth trajectory. Ours is a recovery job now. We are trying to restore basic economic principles in the sector.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic, which is balancing fossil fuels and renewables in the energy transition. We've talked a lot about affordability and sustainability. Many developing countries still rely on fossil fuel because it's affordable energy, yet there is this shift towards decarbonization. I guess the question I have for both of you gentlemen is how policymakers can actually strike a balance between meeting immediate energy needs through conventional sources, while at the same time transitioning to a more sustainable, renewable future. Mr. Barrett.
Well, this is more proof of concept than reality, but in principle, if you like, the renewable revolution, particularly the solar revolution, and to some extent hydrogen, could support much more decentralized mechanisms of power distribution. We have a large program which is on rooftop solar with the incentive that households would get a subsidy or would be able to get power for free. The Prime Minister has sometimes asked why it's not possible, because we are blessed with sunshine, as is Bangladesh, why it's not possible to have decentralized hydrogen as well. So I think your question was about big power, but I just wanted to say that I don't think we've really fully exploited the potential of microgrids and community-based renewable power. But to come to the, as it were, the more industrial level, I think the dilemma we find ourselves in, and I don't know if Bangladesh is similar, is that there is a great deal of pressure, as was indicated, to keep household tariffs low. What this then means is that there's a cross-subsidy to the household from, and the industrial sector pays a higher price. And this gets in the way of really what we need longer term, which is competitive industrialization. So I wanted to say that given this background, the issue is, does adding renewables, including the associated distribution costs, have a tendency to raise aggregate prices? And if it does, who pays? And is it at the expense of the competitiveness of your industrial sector? And finally, I would make the point, because it's sometimes misunderstood. India has just said that it will contract as much as 80 gigawatts of additional thermal power, which will be coal. And, you know, this has raised eyebrows abroad. But there's a simple reason for that, and that is that coal is baseload power. Renewables are, you know, they depend on the time of day and the season, and you need baseload power for when renewables go up and down. And it's not yet the case that renewables together with storage are actually cheaper than fossil. We think that we will get there. I think that, you know, what has happened with solar is remarkable, and I think where we are is not what we anticipated at Shell. And finally, I'd make the point that, you know, there's a different kind of vulnerability of supply chains when you're talking about renewables. So it's a very complicated set of forces and ultimately political that governments have to manage. To have the base load, you know, not to be vulnerable, too vulnerable on things like batteries, etc. I'm not sure we've got it right, but what I can say is that on the basis of what we committed as our nationally determined contributions and the trajectory that we have on attaining net zero by 2070, we are on track.
So it's still traditional fossil fuel for now, but we are working
No,
towards
we've added, we have a commitment of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil capacity by 2030, which is a combination of hydro, nuclear, wind, solar, and within that there's a sub-target for solar, and we are on track to do those, and I think we have the third largest solar fleet in the world at the moment. So we are moving, but there's a big difference between a country like the US, where energy demand is flat, and a country like India, where energy demand is growing at 6%. So at the margin, at the increment, renewables are going flat out, but they don't provide the assured base load that you need for the country to modernize.
Mr. Khan, Bangladesh has a high potential for solar given its geographical location.
Yes and no. Because you see, while the solar radiation is pretty good, but you see, you have to remember that Bangladesh is a small country with a scarcity of land. And also this solar and renewable technologies are land intensive. You could build a 1,000 megawatt power plant in a few acres of land, but to get the same amount of power from renewable energy as solar, you will need hundreds of acres of land, and which we do not have. So that's what we are working on, two legs, both fossil fuel and also renewable energy. So what we are looking at, rooftop is a very promising aspect. We have factories that has enough rooftop. And also we have what you call this river banks, and also we have this house, you know, what you call lakes, and also we have this seasides. So these are, and also there are government lands, and also, so we are what you call using those for generation of solar electricity. So initially our focus was on household level solar home system. Now we are moving on to a grid connected solar system, and we are trying to develop a group of what you call, instead of electricity consumer, we are looking at prosumers who not only not only consume electricity, but also produce. To this end, we have introduced this net metering system. So you could, when you have excess supply of electricity generated at home, you could sell it to the grid and then draw it. But as has been mentioned, renewable energy also brings in challenges related to intermittency on the one hand. And also, this also brings a challenge for the grid, because then frequency maintenance becomes stable, because you know that the demand between supply and demand is matched at about 50 hertz. So, you know, when you have a sudden drop during the evening of a huge amount of what you call solar, if you have huge amount of solar energy, that creates a challenge for the grid, because you have to maintain the grid. So there we also introducing what you call BESS, battery energy storage system, which could, you know, offset this intermittency problem. But we are going to full throttle on renewable energy because of the ongoing primary energy gas scarcity, their expense, and also the logistical challenges of importing them. So we are going full throttle. Unfortunately, it didn't receive the attention it should have received. So now we are hoping to contract out within a year about 10,000 megawatt of solar electricity.
So one of Bangladesh's strategies is actually to import electricity from abroad.
Yes, that's also ongoing because you see we have grids established with India for imports of electricity from India. We've also recently started importing electricity from Nepal via India. So that's another area we are looking. And also you see there are regional country differences. At some point, at some time, you know, the demand, for example, with the import from Nepal, it's only for 6 months because in winter they cannot supply electricity because their heating demand goes up. But so they are going to supply electricity in the summer months. On the other hand, Bangladesh winter, the electricity demand comes down very, very substantially. So what we could do is we could export to Nepal. So this is the way to go. That, you know, because of the complementarities of the neighboring economies, you know, we can help each other, and that way we can also get a lower price through economies of scale of production.
Okay. Very quickly, the last topic is on financing the energy transition with equity in mind. Now, statement, declining global financial support threatens equitable transition. The declining global financial commitments at COP29 for climate action really highlights the growing challenge of developing countries like India, Bangladesh to fund their energy transitions and climate resilience strategies. Will India be able to meet the shortfall in funding?
Two quick things, because I want to leave time for my colleague. First, India, has had a tradition of private sector investment. The short point I want to make is that this is largely connected with, as it were, the stability of regulation, and also connected with the solvency of the distribution companies at the state level. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that funding is there if there is a credible distribution company and a credible regulatory framework. We made an important shift 20 years ago, about the time I first came to India, from generation being entirely in the public sector to a series of contracting innovations which attracted private capital. And on the whole, we're not doing badly. I would say for a country of India's scale, looking to, as it were, non-market sources of external financing is unlikely. We would much rather that it went to smaller countries who may not have the same resources we do.
Mr. Khan.
Yes, actually here the challenge is, to bring the renewable energy, move it from the fringe to the mainstreaming it. Because remember that it started with the yuppie generation. So you live in the hills and then you have a solar panel, and then it used to be $5 per watt peak for a solar cell. So now it has come down to 20, 30 cents, So that's the good news, that technology is being helpful. But the bottom line is no external country or external institution will solve your energy problem. Because it is the liability, the responsibility of the country to provide. Because our constitution itself provides that, we are constitutionally mandated to provide electricity for the growth. So that's what we have to do. So that's what, as suggested, that what we are doing, we are improving the regulatory framework. We are aligning the incentive structures by lowering tariff, by introducing this net metering system. So, and I also believe, I also come from finance background. I think if you have a properly structured project, a bankable project, there are enough what you call domestic and also private financing available. So we have been relying too long for multilateral sources of funding. So as expected, this is drying up and will continue to dry up further. But the good thing is that domestic financing or private commercial financing is picking up the gap.
Well, it does sound positive that it's going to be more private partnerships with governments. One final thought before we close. If you had to prioritize one immediate action over the next 5 years to close the energy equity gap, what would it be?
Oh, goodness. I think it really would be a question of. I'm a little stuck. Let me ask my
Mr.
Khan. I think, to me, the priority is to bring the primary energy cost low. That through either domestic exploration or through imports. And the way to keep import prices low is through transparent and open procurement. Because unless you have that, the energy prices could be high. And then, so for our priority is to open energy procurement up to, and also procure it in a transparent manner so that the energy import cost or energy extraction cost is lower. So we are working on the cost side. And then, and also, because the other thing that will be helpful is with the scale. So when you expand renewable energy more, you get economies of scale, and also this also we need to address this intermittency issue so that the stability is maintained. And also not only you supply power, but you also supply a quality power, maintaining the voltage, maintaining the. So we are working on those for the development of infrastructure. So that will lead to a better, not only make electricity more available, but the quality of electricity that people will receive will be better.
Okay, and if we're in the penalty shootout in overtime, I would just say that putting a lot more effort into what I talked about earlier, which is community-based, decentralized power. This might be, because, we've had, 75 years of having all of this done by government, and there are lots of inefficiencies in that. The new technologies allow you to get away from that, and I think it's worth experimenting with them.
Okay. Well, audience, a well-deserved round of applause for my guests, for their thoughts and insights, and I hope that you have had one or two insights from this very inspirational discussion. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, one and all.
We have to wait.
of the transition now from a corporate perspective. I'm delighted to have Magda Chambriard, the CEO of Petrobras. Petrobras needs no introduction, the Brazilian oil giant. And William Lin is with me as well, EVP, Gas and Low Carbon Energy at BP Group. Magda, William, thank you very much indeed for joining me on this panel. Magda, let me start with you and the Petrobras experience. Leading a just energy transition, Minister Puri was talking about this, making energy affordable and expanding oil and gas production in Brazil. How do you reconcile these seemingly two conflicting objectives?
Okay, Siri Gergart, my moderator, thanks for the question, but first I want to thank the Honorable Minister Rajat Puri for this kind invitation. I want to greet Arun Kumar Singh, Chairman and CEO of ONGC, that was to be here. I don't know if he's coming or not. William Lin, Vice President from BP Group and our partner. Ambassador of Brazil in India, Kenneth Felix, and all other authorities and audience that is here hearing us. It is important to say that we in Brazil and in Petrobras, we do believe that it is perfectly possible to reconcile petroleum exploration and production and energy transition. And this is the story of Brazil. And this story begins in the years 1970s, when the petroleum in Brazil became very expensive. At that time, Brazil was spending a lot importing petroleum. The war in the Middle East changed things and make petroleum much more expensive for us. And the Brazilian government decided, using Petrobras as a pillar, to introduce ethanol in the energy mix as a feedstock to light fleet. At that time, Petrobras worked a lot to make this possible, and after years, it became a reality in Brazil. In the beginning of the year 2000, we did the same thing with biodiesel. So the story of Petrobras is to increase the exploration and production of oil and gas gradually, together with the production of biofuels, being ethanol and biodiesel. We started with ethanol, and we took advantage with a unique case that we have in Brazil, which is having a light fleet as a flex fuel fleet. So our light vehicles can use both ethanol and gasoline at the same time, and the driver can choose if it uses one or another in the gas station. Recently, in Petrobras, we did our strategic plan considering, again, using Petrobras as the main investment. Petrobras exploration and production is the main investment, but you also have investments in energy transition, and this means ethanol, biodiesel, this means eolic, solar, and all these diverse sources of energy. All of these is included in our strategic plan. We We use, repeat the question, please.
Yes. How are you approaching the energy transition? You talked, Magda, about how Brazil was a pioneer of biofuels. And let me bring in the Petrobras strategy as well. And you and I were talking about this. And the strategy and the strategic vision is to develop and not forget about the wealth of oil and gas resources that you have in the pre-salt basins, and use that revenue, channel that revenue into the renewable vision that Petronas. So just tell us where you are with that strategy.
Nowadays, we are developing the pre-salt. This is our key investment. But besides of this, we continue using our biofuels, means ethanol and biodiesel, and we are also working in making greener projects using solar and eolic to make our products, oil products, greener. So with this, we are willing to transform gray hydrogen, for example, in green energy. We are increasing the amount of, we have a kind of special product, which is a diesel co-processed with vegetable oil, making a diesel so perfect that using the mix, let me come back. I think I used the translation to make all these stories.
No, I think that you're making a very eloquent case for how Brazil has pioneered a sustainable fuel revolution for the past 50 years. And Magda, it's ethanol, biodiesel, and co-processing that you are focusing on there.
We start with putting together crude oil and vegetable oil to refine together and make a co-processed diesel. And we are also ending a trial to make co-processed aviation fuel as well. So we already have 7% vegetable oil in our diesel. It is a Petrobras patent. And we are ending a trial to have 1% of vegetable oil in our aviation fuel as well. So the story of Petrobras is the story to help Brazil with the energetic sustainability. We start supporting Brazil with the insertion of ethanol. We continue supporting Brazil with the insertion of biodiesel. And this was not because energy transition, but this was because energy sustainability. When we start with ethanol, Brazil was importing around half percent of the Brazilian imports were crude oil. So this was a very high money for Brazil.
Yes.
It was very expensive to us to continue importing all this crude oil. And that's why the government at that time starts investing and asking Petrobras to support the insertion of a biofuel, which is in the 70s, the ethanol. The same happened in the beginning of the year 2000, when Brazil decided to insert biodiesel, because we had the insertion of biofuel as ethanol in light fleet, but you should have something to heavy fleet. So that's why we put the biodiesel in the diesel to reduce imports.
Magda, if I can say, I think I speak for everyone when we applaud Brazil's leadership and its leadership that India has taken in developing the global biofuel alliance. And I know that India and Brazil are working very closely to take that to this next level. William, if I can turn to you, there is a lot in what Magda has said about sustainable policy, the way forward, while continuing to focus on gas as a transition fuel that resonates with the work that you're doing at BP. Just talk to us about how you are working not only with India, ONGC deal with BP speaks to that to enhance production at Mumbai High, but talk to us how you are working with producers in Brazil to scale natural gas and sustainable ethanol.
Yeah, thanks, Sri. I also want to thank Minister Puri and the government of India for the kind invitation for me to be here on this panel. It's great to see Magda. As she said, Petrobras is a very, very close partner. And this is my 4th or 5th India Energy Week, and each time there's more and more attendees and more energy and excitement around the conference. So really a pleasure to be here. Let me just say a few things. I mean, in the matter of getting the balance right, I think you heard this morning, I thought you did a great job, by the way, mediating the morning session, but I thought that the ministers all were very open, and we talked about the importance of balance. Is that I took away the big message was, you know, we need all forms of energy. We need all forms of energy. We shouldn't be canceling out any form right now. I think the world will transition. The transition is unstoppable. It's just a question of the pace and trajectory of that transition. It's not the question of whether it's going to happen. It's a when and how it's done. And I think we heard that it's fit for purpose. It may not be one size fits all. I think each country has its own unique characteristics and challenges and attributes and strengths to play to as well. So I think each needs to go about it slightly differently. For us in India, we're very big in India. We're very excited. Yesterday was a very busy day. We had the privilege of being selected as the technical services provider, as you alluded to, Sri, with ONGC, to help ONGC with Mumbai High. It is a great privilege because Mumbai High is the biggest oil and gas field in India, and to be selected to be able to work alongside ONGC to help mitigate decline and help realize the full potential of that field to actually try to increase production, increase energy security for India, and reduce the level of imports. That's a good thing for the economy, as we heard Minister Puri talk about. So that was great. We also signed an MOU with ONGC to broaden our cooperation. We've worked with ONGC outside of India and Azerbaijan for many, many years. So we have a deep relationship with ONGC, and we want to take that to the next level about how other things that we can work on together. For instance, OALP round 9 and 10. 10 was launched today, and we'll be partners with ONGC and with Reliance and BP together. We'll be jointly bidding on those blocks. So all forms of energy. You talked about gas. We're producing now a third of the gas production of India from our joint partnership with Reliance. It's been very successful, over 15 years of partnership, very, very close partnership. And we brought that gas on, and it's supplying 15% of the gas demand in India. And I think gas is here to stay. I remember going to COP26 in Glasgow, and as the minister said this morning, Mr. Puri said you couldn't talk about gas as transition fuel. You know, everyone wanted gas to be turned off, and I think, you know, we had the Russia-Ukraine war and other events in the world that I think people have now understood. You know, we do need gas, and it doesn't mean that the other things don't happen. Hydrogen will happen. Other biofuels. There's other things that low carbon fuels will happen. It's just a matter of time and transition. And in fact, in Brazil, as Magda talks about biofuels, we have a long history in Brazil as well. We had the BP Bunge partnership that we were producing sugarcane ethanol, and ethanol is blended into transport fuels in Brazil, as Magda said. And we completed the sale of the other 50%, so we bought out Bunge, so now it's called BP Bioenergia. And the reason why we did that was, we want to leverage biofuels, but we also want to think about the next level. Is there ethanol or alcohol to jet? You know, ethanol to jet, ethanol to SAF. I think there's a huge market for that, including India. So we see a lot of potential there. So it's all forms of energy. It's each goes, we can, again, play to our strengths, go about it differently in each geography, but we do need all forms of energy, particularly in an exciting place like India where the energy demand is tremendous.
Can I pick up on the sustainable aviation fuel aspect of the conversation as it relates to biofuel and ethanol? And in terms of the demand factor in this equation, is the global aviation industry on board with sustainable aviation fuel? Are there regulatory constraints that need to be overcome?
I think, you know, for us, I don't know, Magda can answer for Petrobras. For us, I think SAF plays to our strengths. You know, we have a big network. We've been supplying jet fuel, conventional jet, to many airports, many airlines. We have deep relationships over many, many decades. And you know, obviously, so those relationships are there, those networks are there, those channels of distribution are there. We have the ability to produce SAF, or sustainable aviation fuel, at or near our refineries in a more conventional way right now using the HEFA-based technology. So putting that together for us at BP is a natural sort of evolution into transitioning. I think in terms of regulatory or legislative help, I think all kinds of transition businesses need some sort of support, you know, whether it's fiscal support or regulatory support, and I think mandates, I think, are the way that we can, you know, that we can benefit from this as an industry, which where governments put mandates in and say X amount of % of your jet fuel needs to be blended with SAF, you know, and when those mandates come through and airlines respond to those mandates or are incentivized to procure SAF, and as that increases, then that gives us greater confidence to be able to make the investments.
William, can you put any figures on the investment commitment and the production targets for SAF at BP?
Right now, we don't have any monetary commitments. We said we'd look into doing 2 or 3 HEFA-based SAF projects in the next decade, between now and 2030, to find 2 or 3 opportunities where we feel we have advantage and we can bring our technology, and there is the right incentives. And this morning, I think the session talked about these things have to be economically viable ultimately. Like we all want to transition, but we're public companies, we have shareholders, we have to manage returns, and so we have to make these new chains have to work economically. They have to work, and ultimately the product has to be affordable. Right, that the airlines feel incentivized, that they can afford it, and they can justify the investment as well. So putting those chains together, we're looking at doing, you know, 2 to 3 potentially in this decade.
Thank you for that, William. Magda, if I can turn to you, how much will Petrobras invest in renewables and low carbon projects in the coming years, and what will be your main focus areas?
Yeah. The whole investment of Petrobras for the next 5 years is around $111 billion for the next 5 years. 15 of this amount is related to biofuels and electric projects. So, I mean, again, ethanol, biodiesel, co-processed new products, and also solar, hydrogen, and aeolic. What is interesting to see is that Petrobras was the support to reach something that I think it's a successful model. We have so many different sources of energy that we could reach nowadays 50% of our primary energy mix being renewable. So this means you use a lot, not only the ethanol, but sugarcane bagasse, biodiesel, hydro. So Brazil has several different sources of energy, providing us 50% of renewables in our energy mix. We are aiming in 2050 to reach 64. So I think this is a good example of how the need for sustainability in the past could change to a new name, which is energetic transition. So this role Brazil has since the beginning, since the insertion of the first molecule, renewable molecule up to now, and we are going towards 64, keeping the same model, insertion of different sources of energy and taking advantages of what we had in Brazil, which was hydro, plantation, soybean, sugar cane, corn. So all these products could help us to reach our goals. And nowadays, what we are considering in Petrobras is try to merge agriculture and the petroleum industry. So the agriculture providing seeds and different types of seeds that can bring to us the vegetable oil we need to make biofuels and also greener products. So this is Brazil, this is the way we do. And again, these allow us to reach 50% renewable in the primary energy mix and aim to reach 2050 with 64. It is a very good result when we consider that the whole world is still at 16% as an average in terms of renewable and aims to reach 2050 with 39, which was a number we reached in the past. So I think, again, looking at the Brazil story and what I heard in the previous panel, I think that India is doing the same way, is going the same way, and they are really providing a very good result to the Indian society. I was very impressed to say that, to see that they were willing to reach 20% blend in the gasoline with ethanol, which is the same Brazil did in the past, and we are we're changing from 27 to 30 our blends. We are also increasing our biofuel mandates. We are now with 14 biodiesel blended in the diesel. We are willing to reach 25, which is a huge amount. But again, we take advantage of what we have. So again, reinforce what was also said in the previous panel. We see that each country has its own solution. And in our case, we have the possibility of taking advantage of several different sources and energy, and we are doing this and aiming to increase all this amount towards 2050. Petrobras is part of this solution. We are now providing 31% of the whole primary energy used in Brazil. So around 1/3 of the whole primary energy Brazil uses is provided by Petrobras, and we are continuing going in this direction and investing to fulfill Brazilian needs the same way as I'm sure all state companies in India are trying to fulfilling the Indian needs of energy.
Thank you for that, Magda. And India faces a more challenging journey in terms of building sustainable energy solutions like ethanol and biofuel because of the sheer size of the population and the growing population compared to Brazil. And I just wanted to highlight again, you enumerated some would say ambitious targets, but realizable targets given Brazil's track record of pioneering sustainable energy solutions. 64% renewable target by 2050 for Brazil. Now, I wanted to go back to the remarks from the previous panel, President and CEO of Qatar Energy and Minister of Energy of Qatar, Syed Sherid Al-Kaabi. He said, leveraging hydrocarbons strategically so that renewables can scale. That's the priority. So if we could turn to Brazil, oil and gas production. Can you talk about the oil and gas production plans and how Petrobras plans to replenish its reserves, especially since gas is so central to the transition?
First of all, it's very important to say that for any society, energy should be affordable.
Yes.
And should be, in Brazil, the petroleum from the pre-salt is a product very affordable for the Brazilian society. So we have very low cost to produce the petroleum. We have a lot of petroleum to be developed. We are humping up the Brazilian petroleum production up to 2030, and this is something that we have to be proud of. And this petroleum that will be the main source of resources to make the energy transition possible. That's why all these is together in Petrobras' portfolio. So we are, again, going in this direction, putting 15% of our capex in this, and we are increasing this amount.
Thank you, Magda. William, the challenge for gas production on the upstream side is reserve replenishment. A lot of the low-hanging fruit has gone. How challenging is it, despite the breakthroughs that we've seen in extraction technology, etc., how challenging is the geology and how challenging are the economics for from a reserve replacement point of view?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the way we think about it, obviously, we all hope exploration is a little bit like, it's a little bit of a gamble, dare I say. So, you know, you can shoot seismic, you try to de-risk as much, but ultimately you have to get a drill bit down there and drill, and until you do that, you don't know for sure. You're right, some of the, let's say, the giant fields of the past, a lot of them have in many geographies been discovered. That's not to say there isn't a giant field or giant fields out there still yet to be found. I'm sure there are around the world, but it is harder and probably in deeper water and more conditions that are more challenging to make economic. So what we tend to focus on in BP is now saying, how do we make smaller pools? And I think India has the same challenge here with a mature basin, is that, you know, smaller pools, how do you make those economic? How do you tie those smaller pools back into existing infrastructure? Because you have some infrastructure that's been built for quite some time, and those reservoirs have now been depleted and are quite mature, and you have quite a lot of ullage. You have ullage, which means space. You have space inside of facilities, pipelines, all kinds of infrastructure, including LNG plants or regasification, but whatever it may be, there's ullage. And so how do you maximize the use of that ullage so you don't have to make new investments into facilities, which are very costly, but more importantly, it takes time. So transition is about how do we fuel the near term so that those transition businesses have the space to then to stand up.
where does the cost of production, extraction costs stand right now, and where do you think that they're going?
Well, I think it varies, so I couldn't give you a number that goes around the world because every place is different. Like Magda said, in some places where there's big volume in the pre-salt, the production costs can be quite low, and other places it varies. But the most important thing is more of a mindset. You know, some of the big oil companies were used to going elephant hunting, finding the big resource, and now it's sort of like you need to move the mindset down to saying, how do we make smaller pools, which in the past we might have passed up, make those economic, because in these mature basins, that's what we need to progress through. We need to make those work, okay, tie those back, I said, quickly to infrastructure, quick payback, get those hydrocarbons or that gas, natural gas in particular, online as quickly as we can and make those economic. So that's the new dynamic. It's a mindset shift.
So it's about sweating the assets, and if you were to look around the global portfolio, or if we're to talk about new prospects and new exploration, new areas of exploration, what are the most exciting prospects that you can identify globally? William?
Again, it'll be very bespoke to everyone has their favorite areas that, you know, for us, for BP, we're most excited about, I would use the word incumbency. So where do we have incumbent positions where we understand the geology, we understand the subsurface, we have deep relationships, like in India, where we've been here for many decades. We have close relationships with the government, good supportive policy, very strong partnerships that we rely on. We understand the supply chain, and we can put that together. Rather than going into a new area or a brand new basin or drill a wildcat well in a new country we haven't operated in before, you know, how do we, as you say, sweat the assets, but actually, how do we find more resource? How do we progress more resource and investment in basins we already understand, or in countries we already have deep relationships? I think that's where, again, we talked about playing to your strengths. That's where we think that's how we would play to our strengths.
Can I add?
Of course, Magda, please.
In terms of Brazil, we still have lots of areas to be developed, but we also have new frontiers to go after and to study and to drill. Besides this, our geology is quite similar to African geology. I mean, the Atlantic margin of Brazil is quite similar to the Atlantic margin of Africa. So this is a close relationship, and it is something that we are always looking at. Besides this, India has just announced the 10th bidding round. So, in these areas, we see a lot of new frontiers to be explored, mainly in deep water and ultra deep water, which is our DNA. So, yes, we are interested in looking at the 10th bidding round of India. We will welcome this initiative. India put big blocks to be explored, and Petrobras, yes, it is interested in seeing what they are providing us in terms of new blocks and new areas and new frontiers. In Brazil, we have a lot. We are also looking at other areas, as I mentioned, in the Atlantic margin of Africa. And after 2030, we will need to replace reserves in a good amount because we are producing 3 million barrels a day now. We are exporting almost half of these. And this put us a great commitment with Brazil in our shoulders. So petroleum is now the first product to be exported by Brazil. It is the first product being exported in 2024. It will be next year as well. So the need to replacement of these to replace these reserves is very huge, and we have to respond to the Brazilian society, making our work, or let's say, very helpful to the Brazilian society.
Thank you for that, Magda. And clearly, you are looking outside prospects in Brazil. You say you're going to bid for acreage under the new bidding round. So that's two major companies that are participating in India's upstream business. The time is up, but I was hoping I could just squeeze in one quick question to William. And forgive me, it's a topical question, and it pertains to US energy policy. And can you share with us, William, any insights as to whether BP in Marcellus, Permian, or the Bakken is embracing the drill, baby, drill policy that Trump has talked about? It's not so easy, is it? You can't just flick a switch, and the economics need to make sense.
I'd answer it this way, Siri. I just think it's early days in the new administration. We're all waiting to see how things evolve. We've seen some executive orders come out. We'll see how some of the new cabinet positions, the new secretaries of these cabinets are cabinet positions, what new policy comes out. So it's early days. It's kind of too early to judge. And I know people are jumping on the sort of the slogan of drill, baby, drill. I think more importantly for us is you know, we're a company we're apolitical. We're apolitical. We have to as does Petrobras, we have to live through different administrations, different jurisdictions, changing government, not just in the U.S. but around the world in geographies we operate in. We're 80+ countries, so we have to weather through any administration and any change. So it's early days. I would say, based on history and what Donald Trump in his previous administration was pushing for was cutting the cycle time. Cutting through permitting, cutting through bureaucracy, making decisions more quickly, more engagement with business. I think those things are positives to look forward to.
Does it matter that the Gulf of Mexico might become the Gulf of America?
I think we've all have already had to embrace that, and we already see signage and things change the Gulf of America now. So we'll follow suit.
William, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much, and Magda, thank you very much for your insights. It's been another very stimulating, very informative and enlightening panel discussion. Thank you to both of you.
Thank
you to
you.
the audience for listening to us.
Thank you.
welcoming, of course, Minister Puri, Minister of Energy in India, followed by Her Excellency Delcy Rodriguez, who's the Minister of Petroleum and VP from the Republic of Venezuela. Of course, His Excellency Haitham Al-Ghais needs no introduction. He is the Secretary General of OPEC. And His Excellency Pavel Sorokin, who's the first Deputy Minister of Energy from Russia. So today, I mean, this is a supercharged panel. You might think we will only talk about oil, but really we are talking about energy security and energy transition, which I think is a very, very important topic. If you think about really how energy transition, and you see it in the media in particular, it's really pushed by the West in terms of how they think about energy transition, talking more and more about renewables, but not necessarily talking about the fact that energy transition needs to be balanced, it needs to be equitable, it needs to be affordable for everybody in this world. I was speaking to some of my panelists earlier, and I was saying that we forget that 15% of the world's population, which is Europe and the US, consume 40% of the world's energy. So it's very easy for them to point fingers and say, okay, you in the developing world need to reduce your consumption. But at the same time, we also need to be very aware that we do need a sustainable energy future. We need a cleaner future as well. So balancing those two, of course, is very difficult, but it's not something that can just be pointed out and said, okay, you just have to reduce your consumption, right? It needs to be a balance. So Minister Puri, I think I'm going to start with you, sir. I mean, India is one of the biggest growth centers when it comes to energy of all sorts. Oil, gas, everything. And, you know, when we've spoken as well, and you're saying like India is trying to do everything so that it can balance its energy mix. So in terms of the current energy needs, what kind of investment is India doing? What do you see as the biggest future in terms of the energy mix for India?
Amrita, you started by focusing on the transition. And as a student of history, let me say that it's not something I believe in, but it's an absolute firm conviction, almost a passion, that the transition has an air of inevitability about it. The transition will take place. But equally, the transition will not take place if you couch the debate in ideological terms, that the choice between X and Y, that we must stop the investment in X and then move greatly to the Y, that is in fossil fuels and go straight. Because that is a recipe for disaster. Since you came to the Indian context, let me say our challenge is a little different from that of most other countries. We have a population of 1.4 billion, plus, I should add. We have 67 million people going to the petrol bunk every day to fill up. Our energy consumption is going up. You can take anybody's assessment. I'll give you a simple statistic. When I joined the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas 3.5 years ago, we were consuming 5 million barrels in a day. Today, we are consuming 5.5 million barrels. Now, why is it going up in India? Partly because you started at a low this thing. Our rate of growth is higher than the global average because the rest of the world, you mentioned the Western Europe and the United States, they're the major consumers. We started late, we had developmental challenges. Today, any discussion on energy will give you a reasonably good idea on how the economic activity is taking place, right? We are a $4.1 trillion economy. It is slated to go up to $7 and $10 trillion. What will it mean for energy consumption? More and more energy will be consumed. Absolutely. I think our best part of the story is on the transition. When I was ambassador to Brazil many years ago, we tried, the government in Delhi tried to have 5% blending of biofuels in 10 of our states and union territories. We were a miserable flop. Now, when Mr. Modi took over, the Honorable Prime Minister, we were only doing 1.4%, 1.5% blending. We had a target of 10% by November 22. We did it 5 months in advance. We had a target of 20% blending by 2030. We brought it forward by 5 years to 2025. Today, I think, without wishing to be misunderstood, next month we will complete 20%. We are looking at more. So more biofuels, more compressed biogas, more green hydrogen, which is a real success story. But let's be clear, fossil fuel oil and gas is going to be around for a long time. Therefore, I was very happy in this morning's ministerial panel that my distinguished colleagues struck a realistic tone. And I think if you go forward from here, my discussions with my colleagues from Venezuela, from the Secretary General and Minister Sorokin, always we have talked about what is realistically doable in terms of navigating the way forward. There must never be, and this is the trilemma, there must never be an energy shortage. There must be availability at all times. There has to be affordability, and it has to be couched in strong sustainability. By the way, as I think it pointed out, the Honorable Prime Minister did this morning, out of the G20 countries, we were the first to meet our Paris commitments.
No, thank you. And I think this is exactly the framing, right? That you can't talk about energy transition without talking about sustainability, affordability, which often, and the fact that it needs to also be equitable, right? And that's something we often forget. I know Haitham will scold me for even calling it energy transition, because you always say it's additive, you know, transition has begun. It's been happening since the 1970s and 80s. We used to, I think, back in the 1980s, fossil fuels used to be 82% of the energy mix. Today, it's still 81%. We haven't moved in 5 decades, right? You've done, and Dr. Aid, who's in your team, has done some really great work in talking about how oil demand is continuing to progress. I think India is a great example of that. And you're predicting it's going to reach 120 million barrels per day by 2050. So how does OPEC plan to balance energy security, right? Clearly, OPEC represents oil countries, but you have been very outspoken in also talking about other forms of energy and the need for it to be a balanced future.
Thank you, Amrita. I think it's a very important question, but let me start by first thanking you, Your Excellency, Minister Puri, my dear brother, for inviting me to be amongst this distinguished panel with Her Excellency Vice President Delsi and my brother Pavel. It's all about balance, and I think this is the theme and the tone we saw this morning also on this distinguished panel with ministers, with Minister Puri. At OPEC, personally myself, our ministers, Vice President Delsi is here, she will tell you it's all about balance. This is our approach to everything, in the way we manage the market and in the way we look at long-term strategies for the future energy mix. I don't think that the debate should be where renewables are at odds with oil or with fossil fuels. Why should the two be framed always as if they are at a competition with each other, or one is going to be posing an existential threat to the other? I think, like you rightly said, 82% fossil fuels more than 40, 50 years ago, it's still about 80, 81%. And let me say this, the world has spent almost $10 trillion in so-called transitioning over the last 20, 25 years. Almost 9.5 or 10 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. And where are we today? Renewables still only form about 3 or 4%. Now, don't misunderstand me or misquote me, please. I'm not against renewable energies. OPEC is not against renewable energies. In fact, our countries are some of the leaders in embracing renewable energies. But we are all about taking a balanced approach. And the key word here, which I heard in your question, is energy security. And oil is paramount to providing energy security to the world. Energy security drives global economic prosperity and growth. Without oil, the world will stop. Everything we are doing today, flights, ships, cars, trucks, heating, cooking, you name it, petrochemicals, shipping, everything will come to a grinding halt. We saw that during COVID-19. Let's not go too far back. And OPEC has always been advocating for the importance of a key success factor for providing energy security, which is the magic word of investment. Amrita, you know, since I've taken office, I've been preaching about the importance of investing in the upstream industry, in the downstream industry, in the midstream industry, in the whole value chain, because it's a complete value chain. You cannot just invest in one side of it. And as we know, oil today, oil alone is about 30, 31% of the energy mix. When you add gas to it, you're talking about almost 55%. And the growth that we are seeing is phenomenal. We're talking from now to 2050, almost 25%, 24% energy demand increasing globally. And you know what? Most of that is going to be in places like this country here, where I see a phenomenal growth. The last time I was in New Delhi was 24 years ago. 24 years ago. And what a change I can see and feel here, being on the ground. The phenomenal growth driven by His Excellency Prime Minister Modi and his cabinet. The country is changing totally. The roads, the infrastructure, the airlines. Can you just imagine what Minister Puri told me when we met last time? The number of flights, airplanes that are being acquired in India.
Oh, it's enormous, yeah.
I mean, just imagine what that means for refining, for distribution in airports, for flights, for all the demand that will come for kerosene aviation fuel. And that's just to name kerosene aviation. Yeah. So it's a monumental task when we say we want to be taking care and making sure that the world has energy security. It's not just two simple words, energy security. No, there's a lot that goes behind that. A lot of planning, and that requires, I think, balanced thinking, pragmatic thinking, and realistic approaches, which we are all for in OPEC.
Mr. Sorkin, if I can just ask you here briefly, I want to come back to Her Excellency Rodriguez as well after this one. But Russia is now playing a huge role in kind of providing India with that energy, right? Which in the past, it wasn't as big, obviously, but now in order to meet India's energy needs, obviously on oil, but also in other areas as well. How do you see that having evolved, and where do you see the future of that going forward?
Yeah, Amrita, thanks a lot for the question. And I would also like to start by thanking His Excellency Mr. Puri and India for being here. It's a great privilege. And not only because we're partners and friends, but also because, as you said, the market is one of the key global growth drivers, not just in terms of oil consumption, but in terms of culture, in terms of economy, in terms of paving the pathway to the future. So, just before I answer the question, I also wanted to second Haytham on the energy transition comment, and I think we should be calling it energy evolution now that, that the hype and hysteria is over. It's more of an energy evolution rather than transition, because transition just sounds too extreme. Yeah. If oil and gas and traditional sources, I mean, look, even wood is still a major source of energy, like it was, I mean, in terms of absolute numbers, even bigger than it was 300-400 years ago. But in terms of share, it's small. But we're evolving, and I'm very glad to see that we're now evolving in a much more mature and in a with much less hype around it. So in terms of the market and supply, I mean, I think we should look at it in a slightly different way. There is a single market. We're still, we live on the same planet. And there's a huge need for energy. And the economy is growing. There's a larger number of people. More people are entering the middle class. More people are becoming better off. But unfortunately, politics still play a very big role. And so far, what we have seen is that politics, they have not helped, at least over the past 5 years, definitely, to bring energy to the people and to bring it in an equitable way, as you've mentioned. And all these political events, what they have led to is an increase in energy prices, into changing of trade routes, and in just simply in creating significant doubts about whether the global legal system can actually sustain itself and can actually help us develop properly. So just think in a broader picture. If one country can be economically attacked like that, what does it mean for long-term investment, which any country does in a different place, if there's no legal system to protect it? That just means that your risk premiums increase for everything. So the risk premium for investing in energy has increased globally, and that means consumers have to pay for it. And you've made a very good comment at the beginning that some countries have been, and His Excellency Mr. Puri also commented on that, have been pretty much emitting gas, CO2, over the past 200 years. And why don't we look at cumulative emission and cumulative abatement, and the same goes for everything. So you cannot just look at a small time period. You have to look at everything. So we ourselves, we're pragmatic. We value our relationships, and we will continue supplying the market. We have competitive resources in terms of the economy. And no matter what pressure is exerted, we'll continue being in the market in a pragmatic way without putting politics into it. Yeah. So that's why, I mean, I don't want to focus, on specifically volumes or how it is supplied, but the market needs it. There is no other oil or energy which can replace it without having the world incur a huge cost. And we definitely don't want that. We want a balance between consumers and producers so that we give the market what it wants and the market takes what it needs, and that all is settled at a price which suits both sides. So we'll continue working with that logic in mind, with anybody who is pragmatic and reasonable.
No, I think the point you make is so true, because otherwise it's hugely inflationary, right? And we've seen that, what it can do if, you know, oil gets constrained. But Your Excellency Rodriguez, I think you've made this point before as well. You really mentioned equitable, right? Like, that is very important from where you come from and how you see the world. And I think I mean, I'm born and brought up in India, and I can very much say that the energy costs, energy infrastructure, it's so important for every single person, right, who is from here. So how do you see, and what role does Venezuela play in that, the equitable future for energy?
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, primero que nada, agradecer al ministro Puri por permitirnos participar y traer la voz de Venezuela en este evento tan importante, el segundo evento en relevancia a nivel internacional. Quiero, por supuesto, como país miembro de la OPEP, saludar a nuestro secretario general, que siempre nos llena de orgullo, a un querido hermano viceministro de Petróleo de Rusia y, bueno, nuevamente al ministro Puri. Yo creo que, como han dicho mis predecesores, la discusión que se dio en el panel de esta mañana es fundamental. Y creo también que hay que contextualizar. Ha dicho el ministro Puri que la transición va a llegar, pero yo coincido que más que una transición es una evolución. El punto está en contextualizar cómo ocurre esa evolución, ¿no? En un mundo completamente desigual, donde no todos tienen acceso, por ejemplo, a la electricidad, donde el 9%, según el reporte de las Naciones Unidas, el 9% de los pueblos del mundo no acceden a energía eléctrica. Eso supone 685 millones de personas que no acceden a la energía eléctrica, o un número tan desigual como que el 19.5 millones de habitantes de la ciudad de Nueva York consumen la misma electricidad al año que 791 millones de personas del África subsahariana. Cuando hablamos de la evolución, tenemos que preguntarnos qué tipo de evolución queremos. Queremos una evolución que respete el trilema energético, que respete la seguridad energética, que respete la accesibilidad energética y que respete, por supuesto, la responsabilidad climática. Ese trilema energético hoy está completamente vulnerado y alterado. ¿Por qué? El 26% de la producción, por ejemplo, de petróleo del planeta diaria está bajo sanciones ilícitas e ilegales. Ahí coincido plenamente con el ministro Puri. No se puede ideologizar un tema como este porque estamos hablando directamente del derecho de los pueblos al desarrollo, el derecho de los pueblos al futuro, y allí hay que ser muy responsable, tener igualdad, equidad. Tú me preguntas por el papel de Venezuela. Bueno, el presidente Nicolás Maduro siempre ha señalado, las reservas petroleras más grandes del planeta deben estar al servicio del desarrollo de los pueblos, con acceso igualitario, con compromiso climático. Pues nosotros tenemos que pensar, y esto es algo que siempre discutimos en el seno de los países OPEP, el compromiso climático. Nosotros no estamos en contra de la energía renovable, todo lo contrario. Es imposible hablar de un futuro sin que todas las formas energéticas puedan atender un crecimiento de demanda como está previsto, por ejemplo, un crecimiento del 25% de aquí al 2050. Entonces, todas las energías, y yo quiero destacar el papel de China, de India, serán las grandes economías del mundo en el 2040, 2050, pero ellos también han entendido que deben complementarse todas las formas de energía, las energías no renovables, las energías renovables, en un solo interés común, pero el interés común debe ser el beneficio de los pueblos. Así que el papel de Venezuela debe ser responsable, y yo denuncio en este espacio que lamentablemente tener posturas absurdas de sanciones ilícitas y legítimas contra productores petroleros, bueno, ataca justamente el trilema energético que permita la seguridad energética futura, porque son inversiones que están dejando de hacerse en países que tienen inmensas reservas energéticas y son inversiones que están dejando de hacerse para un futuro. Ya sabemos, esos son números, eso no son posiciones subjetivas. Ya sabemos que las energías renovables no van a alcanzar la meta que estaba prevista ni para el 2030, ni para el 2040, ni para el 2050. Pero nosotros tenemos una responsabilidad climática que atender y que es ineludible y es impostergable. El balance del año 2024 fue el año más caluroso de la historia y fue el año del mayor número de emisiones en la historia. Nosotros sabemos que hay una realidad climática que atender y que resolver, pero hay que hacerlo, como ha dicho el secretario Heitan, hay que hacerlo con objetividad, con responsabilidad, porque hay una situación climática que no la crearon los países del sur global, pero que ahora se les pide que paguen una factura del cual no fuimos partícipes. Y por eso digo que tenemos que empujar en común, donde incluso las metas que supuso el Acuerdo de París quedaron completamente desfasadas. Así que, bueno, en nombre de Venezuela y del presidente Nicolás Maduro, nosotros hablamos de que esa evolución, el futuro energético debe hacerse con mucha responsabilidad, sin sanciones ilícitas que pesen de una forma tan absurda sobre el futuro, de cómo se compromete el futuro, que esas inversiones vayan a captar, a almacenar emisiones CO2, y todos los recursos deben estar dirigidos justamente de manera responsable a investigación, a tecnología, para apaciguar la terrible emergencia climática y que sobre todo esa evolución se haga con equidad y con igualdad y acceso de los pueblos.
Thank you. No, that was, and some of the words you said were very, very important, right? Energy trilemma being one of them, and investments. Minister Puri, you've talked a lot about trilemma. I've heard you speak about this as well, and you're doing an amazing job in inviting a lot of private sector, but also encouraging public sector companies to really engage in this and invest in diverse set of really affordable energy supply, to give affordable energy supply to consumers. So how is India reshaping the trilemma, right? I think India is doing a phenomenal job despite being a consumer of all energy, not really a big producer. So, where do you see that path going?
Well, Amritaji, let me first say that when you talk about transition, the question inevitably comes up, and the Honorable Vice President was referring to 2040, 2050. It's in everybody's mind. In my speaking notes for today's sessions, one of my very bright researchers said that in 1956, there was somebody in Shell who predicted that oil would peak by 2000. And it created a lot of confusion, Now, he made the prediction, and the consequences had to be taken by the others. And then came along other sets of very well-meaning people who said, now we must transition, we must end this, end that. Again, it created a lot of confusion because some investments into traditional energy stopped. And then, as it is, if you have a well today, 2 years later, its productivity diminishes. Over a period of time, it goes down. Again, kinds of confusion. Look, I am not into the projection game. But I think those of us who are working for governments, we have a moral duty to make sure energy is made available on a constant basis to our consumers. And I think this projection that oil is going to peak by 2000, or to say it's going to peak by 2020 or 2030, all of them have an underlying streak of, I want to be very careful with my words, but this is not the real world. I mean, some of my best friends are in the debate who say that, we must make sure this must stop, you must stop doing this, must stop doing, they can't doing the stopping even in their own homes. But the real issue today is that the transition is inevitable. It will take place. And we may be making another mistake. We may be saying 2040, 2050. What happens tomorrow, let's say, not now, but say 10 years from now, when the production of green ammonia and the electrolyzer production takes place? We've already got solar energy produced at a much cheaper rate, and nuclear energy comes along. Small modular reactors, which there is a lot of discussion. We missed the bus once. We did from India. We were very upfront. We signed an India-US civilian nuclear energy deal. We had an India-specific IAEA safeguards agreement. But what happens if all these things happen? You may not be looking at 2040, 2050. So the main purpose, Amrita, as I see it, is that you should manage the present. And manage the present, what is India doing? Very clear. Biofuels, we are stepping on the gas, literally as a pun. But biogas, CBG, we are also doing very well on renewables. The Prime Minister talked about our targets. Green energy is a story which I don't think the narrative is out sufficiently as to what is happening, that 5 million metric tons for 2030 target. I am one. I tell my companies, this is a very conservative target. You'll do much better than that. So if we are clear that we are all participants in a process in which there are a lot of moving parts, and none of us really, I'd like to say that my brother Haitham is in charge of the one big part of it. OPEC Plus puts a lot of oil on the market. But I think I know him well enough. He will also be the first to tell you that, look, we can control it up to a point. Where is it going further? If there is more oil coming on the market, my view is that more and more energy will come on the global markets. Now I'm choosing my words carefully. There'll be more traditional energy. The Western Hemisphere today is producing more than ever before. Brazil, Guyana, Suriname. The US is, I think, the largest producer at 13 million barrels a day. They're putting another 1.6 million barrels of oil into the market if that happens. Canada, so many other places. Now, you said we are more a consumer, and look, we had a problem. There was something called a dull decade between 2006 and 16. Nothing happened. And you know, this is a business, you require a lot of money. Then, even you get the money, you do the drilling. It costs about, what? Offhand, $4-5 million for a normal well and about 20 times that much for a offshore one. And then when you drill it, when you hit the thing, it takes another 10 years to this thing. So we suffered, but today E&P in India is picking up. And I think the good part of the India story is that our biofuel blending and other things are happening even as our consumption is going up. So the base fuel is 20% now, and we are going to now thinking of what to do beyond 20%. But I think India is acutely conscious that we need to have it anchored in this. But we are not wanting to be irresponsible about it. As we do that, we are acutely conscious that oil and gas will also be necessary. Gas in particular, we need more and more gas into the economy. We have a target of moving from 6 to 15% in our overall mix. So overall, I say, there are moments when you are very happy to see that more energy is coming on the market. Then you have moments of despair when you find that the turbulence or some other development is going to, create more uncertainty. But let me conclude this part by saying I am a great believer that we have all one common vested interest, that we want processes of peace and stability, and that energy, which is a lifeline of not only our but every economy, that will continue to receive this sensitivity of treatment which it merits.
I mean, that's probably something that should be listened to by everybody globally, right? It's such an important thing. But both Haitham and Pavel, I think I want to bring you both in here because Minister Puri mentioned a very important word, which is stability. And I think OPEC does a phenomenal, OPEC Plus, I should say, does a phenomenal job in providing that to the market because otherwise, like you said, you've had massive shale production, which would have led to prices crashing. And then that creates underinvestment. We've done research that shows if oil prices are at $40 for a year, production would fall by 3.5 million barrels per day then, right? Then that creates a massive super cycle. So you would get a lot of that, which is also not good for consumers. So how do you see that OPEC Plus and how OPEC Plus or what it does to meet that future demand?
Well, I think it's, like you said, it's a stabilizing factor. If we take out, I think the better way to frame this to the audience is, let's imagine the oil markets without OPEC or without OPEC Plus. And that stability factor that you're talking about, and what that stability factor really entails in the longer term for the global economy, actually, not just for oil producers or for oil consumers like India. Because stability is key for global economic growth and prosperity, as I said. I mean, you gave the example of the surge in shale oil, and I gave the example earlier on about what happened during COVID-19. But without stability, you can't have investment. You can't have clarity. And this is one of the beautiful things about OPEC Plus and the way we work with our colleagues from non-OPEC, led by Russia, and within OPEC, including, of course, Venezuela and other countries, is that we have this unity amongst us. We have these mechanisms in place where we work together, we read the market, we analyze the supply-demand, away from political considerations, purely on sound technical considerations, and we take the decisions that provide stability to the market. And this is not just me saying this as OPEC Secretary General. Honestly, you have to read the US Federal Reserve. There was a paper done by the Board of Governors last year about OPEC Plus decisions and how the communication by OPEC and OPEC Plus has been very clear to preserving stability. Communication is essential, and this is what we are doing. The other thing is a paper done by Oxford University, actually, the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. A few years ago, I think it was 2018, a published paper, you can all find it on the internet, showing the added value that OPEC and its decisions, or OPEC Plus now and its decisions, bring in terms of value to the global economy. If I'm not mistaken, it was like around $200 billion per year in terms of the stability it provides as a cushion, as you were saying. So this is something that is in the core of our objectives always. And like you said, and I believe it's very clear and very important to make this point extra clear, crystal clear to the world, that stability that we do, that we provide, really creates benefits for the longer term, provides the stability that's required for investors to invest. Because this is not an industry where you decide to invest today and you switch off tomorrow. This is something that takes a long lead time. In some cases, you decide to invest today, production comes after 5, 6, 7, even longer years. And without that stability, I think if you look at oil also, last year, oil was probably the least volatile commodity, and I think that's greatly down to the decisions and the clarity of the decisions we take at OPEC+. So this is our objective, this is what we will keep doing, and we keep always the longer term in our radar when we try to take these decisions.
And I think you've been extremely successful.
Yeah, just to add on that, you know, think about it as when central banks target inflation, you know, they're not just targeting inflation at the moment, they're targeting inflation expectations. Because even if you're okay today, it doesn't mean that you'll be okay tomorrow if everybody in the economy expects prices to pick up. It's the same here. I mean, energy, it's extremely important. It's the backbone of any economy. But at the same time, it's in a way, it's a service sector. Everybody expects to have energy all the time. And His Excellency Puri outlined the trilemma. So it should be available, it should be priced properly, and it should be sufficient. And in order for that to happen, people need to know that you're not going to have a spike of prices at some point, which can completely derail any economy. So, I mean, well, for 70% of the world, prices doubling, that's critical. I mean, if you're printing money, then maybe it's okay, but for everybody else, that could be a problem. And that's why 40% of production, which is the OPEC and non-OPEC group, taking responsibility for that reasonable approach, in our view, it has helped over the past 8 years to prevent many crisis situations and give people visibility. I mean, I know a lot of people criticize us, you know, and say that, you know, it's for the price, but it's not, because prices are not exorbitant. Prices now, currently, they give a decent level of return for reinvestment, and at the same time, they give all consumers visibility, and they give a decent price for consumers to actually plan their businesses and have a proper return on their business, where energy is the backbone. So it's, if anything, I could say that it's one of the unfortunately, not many examples in the world where an international organization has actually been agile enough, coherent enough, and reacting sufficiently quickly to solve problems. I mean, can you name any other organization in the world, unofficial, because it's not a formal organization, which has managed to achieve such results so quickly and without actually derailing anything? I think it's unique in this sense.
And the size it is as well, it's impressive, right?
With so many different political interests inside the group, but people still getting together to actually act pragmatically.
I think the one point you made, which really should be emphasized, is that every investment, right, private or public, it needs a return, and we forget that often. Because the point is that energy is not going to be free. Somebody has to invest and needs a return to be able to make that investment decision, right? Be it a refinery, be it upstream, and I think you see that across the board. I'm conscious of time. We've got less than 5 minutes. Your Excellency Rodriguez, in terms of your view and Venezuela's opinion in terms of energy demand, right? Like, how do you see Venezuela playing, or what role does it play? Very briefly, if you could outline, especially given Venezuela has got so much heavy oil reserves, which India requires. Indian refineries are very complex. We are seeing, if anything, heavy reserves decline in other parts of the world, like Mexico. So, you know, just give us a little bit quick thoughts on that.
Voy a responderte en parte volviendo a lo que has venido conversando tanto con el ministro Puri, el secretario general, y con Pavel. Fíjate, si ideologizamos las relaciones energéticas, eso sin duda alguna tiene un impacto en el mercado energético y en la economía mundial. Solamente pensemos, y el secretario general de la OPEC sabe de lo que estoy hablando, pensemos qué ocurría en el mercado energético internacional antes del gran acuerdo OPEC+. Vivíamos tiempos de turbulencia, vivíamos tiempos de inestabilidad, de incertidumbre. Y este acuerdo ha permitido tener un equilibrio y ha permitido tener estabilidad. El año 2024 cerró en estabilidad en el mercado internacional, pero también en la economía internacional. Es el papel que juegan los productores en el marco de la economía mundial. En el caso de Rusia, por ejemplo, pretender excluir a un gigante en petróleo y en gas, pretender excluirlo de la fórmula energética, sin duda alguna tuvo un impacto, y tuvo impacto en los mercados europeos. Y bueno, y eso reconfiguró y ha tenido no solamente impacto económico, ha tenido también impacto político y geopolítico. En el caso de Venezuela, pretender excluir al país que tiene las reservas de petróleo más grandes de este planeta es un absurdo. Y yo creo que los tiempos están demostrando que se equivocaron quienes pretendían excluir a Venezuela de la fórmula energética internacional. ¿Cuál es el papel de Venezuela? Venezuela no solamente tiene petróleo ligero, también tiene muchas reservas en petróleo pesado y extrapesado. Y siempre nosotros reiteramos, en el caso de India, con quien asumimos unas relaciones de hermandad y de cooperación, bueno, ese petróleo debe estar al servicio del desarrollo en los términos que hemos venido evaluando, de acceso universal, de compromiso con el medio ambiente y de la seguridad energética. Es imposible, y yo quiero aquí destacar el papel de China y de India, es imposible excluir el petróleo y el gas. Por lo menos en las próximas 1 década, 2 décadas, 3 décadas, seguirán jugando un papel importante. Pero lo que es de destacar es la palabra complementariedad energética entre los renovables y los fósiles. India sabe de lo que estamos hablando porque India tiene biocombustible, tiene energía nuclear, lidera la alianza solar, tiene energía eólica y tiene también petróleo y gas. Es una combinación, es una complementariedad energética, al igual que China, que es líder en energía solar, pero China también combina otros tipos de energía. Así que esas matrices energéticas deben garantizar la demanda que está ocurriendo y que va a venir creciendo. Es lo que se proyecta. No estamos proyectando otro tipo de situación, no somos pitonizos, pero en base a ese escenario tenemos que garantizar la seguridad energética y solamente se puede dar de forma compasada, de forma equilibrada y de forma en que todos participemos, pero participemos con responsabilidad hacia el medio ambiente.
Thank you. Obviously, we are out of time, but since I'm the moderator, I can have the privilege of one final question to everyone, but very, very brief answers. Minister Puri, you rightly pointed out, I think, making forecasts, especially long-term, can be quite foolish in this industry, and I think as an industry, we've been terrible at forecasting oil demand. We keep calling for the peak of oil demand, gas demand, and it kind of continues to grow. I think you've been extremely eloquent in really highlighting the diversity, I think biofuels being the biggest success story, if you ask me, for India. But I'll come to you last, you should have the final words. So I'll just throw it out there. Despite knowing we're not very good at predicting, if you had to pick one energy, right, which you are saying, okay, in the next 50 years, whatever your time frame is, comes out to be the winner, what would that be? Pavel, I'll start with you, and we'll go in this order.
Hydrocarbons.
Oh, that's a good answer.
I mean, that'll be the winner over 50 years. And I mean, demand will peak when population peaks.
Oh, that's a clever answer. He's covered off oil, gas, and like his hydrocarbons. What's your answer, Haitham?
I would say predicting, like you were saying, that the industry has been bad at predicting. It's not, I don't think that's, with all due respect,
I know what you're saying, yes, yeah.
Some in the industry. And
yes.
you want me to name them, I'll name them. I think you know the names I have in mind, but they have gotten peak gasoline wrong, they have gotten peak coal wrong, they have gotten peak oil wrong, and they've got
everything wrong.
Everything wrong.
Peak emissions as well.
Peak emissions wrong. Yeah. At OPEC, I'm proud to say my team, we've been doing this for 65 years. We've been doing excellent research. Yes, maybe some don't like the research and the results we give, but I can say that there is not going to be any peak in oil demand.
So you're choosing oil. Your Excellency Rodriguez?
Te pregunto, ¿cómo haces para tener los paneles solares, la energía fotovoltaica, todo tiene un basamento, petroquímica, petróleo, gas, así que los hidrocarburos. Con toda la discusión, por eso he dicho que debe hacerse con gran compromiso ambiental, pero es una realidad. Si tú vas a hacer un panel solar, necesitas resinas, necesitas acero, o sea, necesitas sin duda alguna componentes que tienen como su base primaria el petróleo y el gas.
Mr. Puri, your choice.
No, it's very easy to sit here and say it's one or the other.
No, of course.
Life never operates like that. This is my view as a student of history.
Very true.
I think when my distinguished panelists, colleagues, the one in the extreme left says oil and gas, then Haitham, I didn't expect him to say anything other than oil and gas. And then, but let me be the sole dissenter here.
Which is why
Yes, I think oil and gas will be around for a while, and I don't want to define the while. But I think the change is going to come ultimately from green hydrogen and nuclear. Biofuels will be around. Biofuels will go up. I mean, you'll have E100 thing. We had a mobility conference here recently. When I was walking in, somebody whispered to my ear, but 19 new flex fuel vehicles on display. I thought they were prototypes. No, they're entering the market in 3 months' time. We're selling E100 as a fuel in 400 places already in India. But those will be supplementary add-ons. The real revolutionary change comes when the price of green hydrogen comes down. If it comes down to around $3 per kilo, it'll take a little time, but not more than 5-7 years. And electrolyzers are around, you will see a massive shift. I mean, I can't think of, if India is spending $150 billion on its import bill just now, it'll go up. But if you get green hydrogen at $3 a kilo, there will be a massive shift, and the investment patterns will change. But I agree with them, oil and gas are going to be around for a while, and since we plan for our immediate short and medium term, I think we should be acutely conscious of that.
But I think the point you make on nuclear is also very important.
Nuclear 100%, because ultimately the efficiency and the cost that you can get out of
It's
that,
unparalleled.
if small modular reactors, if they take off, yes, that will be a great help for net zero.
For sure. Okay, well, please join me in thanking the fantastic panel. We've had a great discussion. Thank you, every one of you. So again, I think we've really managed to educate the audience very, very well about energy security. So thank you again very much.
A short introduction prepared, I presume? Short introduction prepared? Perfect. And then I will frame the discussion, and then we'll go straight into the questions. Yeah, we good? Okay, right. Audience members, thank you for coming back to our next session. It is one of the last few, and I hate being on the last session because people would have drifted away, they've got things to do. But those people are going to be missing out because I have a very distinguished panel with me here today. My name is Roland Lim. I am a business TV presenter at CNA. CNA is a Pan-Asian channel headquartered out of Singapore, but enough about me. Let's talk about the people on the panel, to my guests now. First off, Lorenzo Simonelli. He is Chairman and CEO of Baker Hughes. A few words about yourself, please.
Thank you very much. And first of all, it's a privilege to be back, and congratulations to the organizers and also His Excellency for an amazing India Energy Week. At Baker Hughes, we're an energy technology company, and as we look at the discussion that's going to be happening today, I think it's clear that there are challenges as well as opportunities when we look at the energy landscape. And affordable, secure, sustainable energy. And it's not a transition, it's an expansion of energy that's required. And you've had many comments today about how can we ensure that we're successful in providing the abundant energy and making it affordable and secure. And with my fellow panelists, I'm looking forward to the discussion that we're going to be having, because I think you'll see the differences also between a key operator, a technology provider, and also the aspects of new energy and how we combine to make sure that we can provide that security going forward.
Absolutely. Mr. Musawe Al-Akabi, please introduce yourself. He is CEO Upstream at NOC.
It's truly an honor and pleasure to be back in India for India Energy Week. As you highlighted, I manage the upstream business for ADNOC, one of the leading national oil companies with a strong commitment to the energy transition and decarbonizing the existing system of today. But let me highlight also India and UAE. We enjoy a great relationship. India is one of the top trade partners for the UAE, and UAE is one of the top trade partners for India. We as ADNOC, working with our Indian counterparts, we are one of the top suppliers of crude, LNG, and LPG. When we look at the future, there is also a huge potential for collaboration, because the future is going to be shaped by the emerging or the rise of emerging economies, the energy transition, and the rapid growth of AI. And India sits at the heart of these mega trends. UAE is also very keen.
Okay. And last but not least, Sumant Sinha. He is founder, CEO of Renew.
Yeah, hi. It's a real pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, everybody. As Roland said, my name is Sumant Sinha. I am the founder and CEO of Renew. Renew is one of India's leading renewable energy companies. We currently have about a total portfolio of about 26 gigawatts of clean energy capacity, mostly wind and solar. We are also, we've just gone into solar manufacturing because from an Indian government standpoint, it's very critical to have energy security baked into this clean energy transition. And so companies like ours have also been looking actively at getting into the back-end manufacturing supply chain. I think that the clean energy transition is actually at a very, very interesting point right now. And I think, to my mind, energy transition does not mean replacement of one with the other. I think we just need to make sure that future energy growth, to the extent possible, is met from cleaner sources of energy, or at least less carbon-intensive sources of energy. And that lesser carbon intensity might come from gas versus oil, gas versus coal, but equally wind and solar versus any of the other three as well. We need to also not just look at the generating side, but also look at a number of the downstream sectors, because those also have to change along with the changing fuel mix that as we move forward. And we also have to look at electrification of a number of sectors, because that fundamentally then drives the decarbonization of the energy systems as well. So I think there is a lot of change that is going to happen in the energy mix in the future, and is going to offer a lot of opportunities in various parts of the energy value chain.
Okay, so let me highlight the topic. The topic is meeting energy demand, ensuring energy security in a multifaceted global supply chains in the future. To frame the discussion, we're going to be talking about energy demand. expected to grow exponentially, but ensuring security amid global uncertainties is becoming increasingly complex. I'm very interested to ask each of you how you would view the current state of energy security in your respective fields, and what are the biggest risks you foresee in the next 5, 10 years? Maybe we can start with geopolitics first. Lorenzo, given recent geopolitical tensions, wars, trade conflicts, shifting alliances, how do you see companies actually adapting to supply chain strategies and mitigating risks to ensure continued uninterrupted energy flows?
An operator or as a provider of technology, you've got to ensure that you can have a constant supply to meet the demands. Because one thing that is critical is that we do ensure affordable, secure energy and an abundance of it going forward. So what we focus on from a Baker Hughes perspective is let's make sure, first of all, that we optimize the efficiency of what we have today. And that means reduce waste. And the best way to actually achieve more is by reducing downtime and increasing productivity and efficiency within our operations and also through the capabilities and the technology we provide for our customers and our partners. And that, simplistically said, is the innovation around upgrades, compressors, gas turbines, that you can reduce the required interval between maintenance, and you actually go from 6 months to 2 years so that you don't have any downtime associated. Or remove leakage by actually having valves that don't leak, or compressors that actually don't leak. And these are all innovations that you can upgrade in existing operations and actually yield a significant amount of improved uptime and performance. Secondly, applying digital. And when you think about generative AI, predictive analytics, there again, there's many solutions that we've already incorporated that help our customers, our partners, to increase their production so that the energy is there. We know that moving to new energy forms is going to take time. And so we've got to make sure that we maximize the utilization of what we have today. And our big focus at the moment is make sure that that efficiency and productivity through upgrades and digital is enhanced, and then optimize production solutions. Today, 70% of the world's production also is made from mature wells. A mature well has been in existence 25 years, or 50% of its reserve has been recovered. Through chemicals, through integrated electrical submersible pumps, by bringing and marrying capability together, we can actually improve the recovery rates. And that's not changing into new forms of energy. It's, again, maximizing what we have today, because today it's important that we acknowledge the length of time it takes for a transition to hydrogen, to nuclear, to advancements in geothermal, clean integrated power solutions. They will all come. But if you're looking at the short term, you've got to make sure you make the most. And from a supply chain perspective, you've got to make sure that you've got facilities.
And that probably is good news to ADNOC as a fossil fuel provider.
When we look at the, let's start with painting the picture to the future. As I highlighted earlier, I think 3 mega trends: the rise of emerging economies, the energy transition, and the rapid growth of AI. I think these 3 mega trends, energy as the heart of these 3 mega trends. So as a responsible and traditional energy producer, we're having 2 challenges. Challenge number 1 is how do we decarbonize the energy of today? And it makes a big difference if, as you highlighted earlier, that yes, even switching from coal to natural gas, that makes, of course, the right, movement toward climate agenda. But there are technologies, of course, to decarbonize the energy system of today. At the same time, we also need to invest in the energies of tomorrow, and that's through renewables, storage, biofuel. So let me address the 2 verticals that we're seeing. And for ADNOC, when it comes to the decarbonizing the energy of today, we have allocated $23 billion to ensure that we maintain our competitive position as one of the lowest carbon intensity producers when it comes to oil and gas. And that makes a big difference, by the way, because our carbon intensity is around 7 kilograms per barrel. The average of the industry is almost 40. So if the rest of the industry manage to achieve similar performance, that's going to be a quick and significant win to reducing the carbon intensity of the energy system of today. We're raising the ambition when it comes to the carbon capture. We announced plans to capture 10 million tons per annum by 2030. We already have one in operation, the only steel facility globally with a carbon capture, and it's been running since 2016. We're using that carbon capture to capture CO2, of course, but store it in the ground. We are executing 2 projects with a collective capacity of 3 million tons per annum. We also introducing the right efficiencies, as highlighted by Lorenzo here, deploying AI in order to ensure that we run our operation with the maximum efficiency and reducing our carbon footprint. Just one data point, in the last couple of years, through deployment of advanced AI techniques, we managed to reduce our carbon intensity by 1 million tons per annum. So that's significant. Now, let me move into the other vertical, which is investing in the energies of tomorrow. ADNOC is a significant shareholder in one of the largest renewable energy companies globally, called Masdar. And just last month, during Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, Masdar announced the largest storage and what we call RTC project globally. It's round the clock for a base load from renewable, 1 gigawatt of electricity and power going to the grid. That will require 5 gigawatt of solar and 19 gigawatt hour of storage capacity. That will enable that project to supply 1 gigawatt of a base load. And that's transformational. And by far, it's going to be hopefully set the right benchmark for others to follow globally. We're embarking also on the biofuel. We're embarking on and embracing the blue hydrogen. We're building a few projects in Abu Dhabi, but also we partnered with another energy player like ExxonMobil on Baytown in the US. So a lot of commitment activities are happening in the future energies, and a lot of commitment also happening in decarbonizing the energy system of today. So our approach is more pragmatic to ensure that all sources of energy will be able to fuel the future demand of energy. Our estimates is that energy demand by 2050 will increase by 20%, and for power generation, we need additional capacity globally of almost 50%. So that sets a lot of and a significant challenge to all players, including oil and gas, including renewables, nuclear. We need to embrace all of them in order to ensure that we fulfill the growing demand for energy.
In your experience, has geopolitics at all affected the trajectory of a green transition?
I think at a global level, it certainly has. But let's take a step back and understand why we need the energy transition. One thing that perhaps is not as oft discussed as it should, especially in an oil and gas focused conference, is really the issue of carbon emissions. And the fact that we have, as a globe, potentially already crossed the 1.5 degrees centigrade threshold, that we are heading now towards 2 degrees. If you add up all the commitments made by all the countries of the world, of which now the US, being 1/5 of the global economy, has now pulled out, it takes us to maybe over 3 degrees centigrade. So there is a real urgency around us that we need to appreciate, and we need to get carbon emissions down as quickly as possible. Now, when you look at the fact that 75% of carbon emissions come from the energy sector, obviously what we do all collectively in the energy space is so critically important. Electricity accounts for only 25% of carbon of the energy value chain. And within electricity, we know what the solutions are. It is just that we have to implement them at as massive and a quicker scale as possible. And then for the remainder of the energy value chain, Minister Puri was talking about green hydrogen as potentially being a solution, but we really need to move the ball forward much faster on those areas. Now, when any large geography of the world or economy of the world pulls out of these agreements, obviously it has a massive impact on the rest of the global effort to push forward on these issues. So that's one geopolitical issue that is impacting us. A second geopolitical issue is that almost the entire clean tech supply chain today sits in China, and it's very concentrated. And so their decisions, their philosophies, their trade issues with them will shape, to some extent, the global transition towards clean energy. The third thing is that if you look at Europe, for example, which has been so far in some ways in the vanguard of the clean energy transition, I think they have a lot of geopolitical issues on their plate right now to deal with, not least of which is potentially the crumbling of the NATO alliance. And therefore, they have to potentially divert a lot of their own resources and bandwidth and thought process towards security and those kinds of issues. They're already strained on the budget front. And so therefore, their ability to push forward on the clean energy transition to some extent may be compromised in the future. I don't know, but time will tell. And so therefore, yes, the clean energy transition is impacted by geopolitics quite substantially. Now let's look at India, because we are, of course, in India right now. I think India, when you look at the compulsions for India to embark on a clean energy transition, there are multiple such factors. Beyond just, of course, climate change being an important issue, India also has a rapidly growing electricity sector. If we meet most of that demand growth through coal, which is really and so on in the country. So therefore, we need to embark on a different path of growth. And within that, if you look at if you look at the commercial lens, today, wind and solar are cheaper than any other form of new electricity. And therefore, there is an important urgency for us to shift and meet all of our demand growth in electricity from wind and solar, hydro, to the extent it works, and nuclear eventually. Right? So that's a direction that we're already embarked on. Now, in addition to that, India also imports about $150 to $200 billion worth of fossil fuels every year from countries like the UAE and others. Now, for the longest time, this has been the Achilles heel of the Indian economy. And so therefore, the more we can actually have domestic sources of energy production, starting with electricity, but then getting into other areas, the better it will be for us economically. And when you layer in on top of that, the security issue, the national security dimension, I think it makes it even more important for us to actually push forward on the clean energy transition as rapidly as possible. And that's a view that the government of India has taken several years ago and is therefore pushing forward very, very aggressively into the clean energy transition. Now, the other point I would make is that if, however, our dependence moves from importing oil and gas from some parts of the world to importing clean tech equipment from China, then we're replacing one kind of dependence for another. And that's why developing a local manufacturing supply chain for the clean energy transition, from solar panels to wind turbines, to batteries, to electrolyzers, to transmission equipment, that also becomes very critical for the country. And again, therefore, the government has embarked on this effort to try to localize the entire manufacturing supply chain. So I would say that India is now in actually a very, very good position as far as the energy transition is concerned. We are growing, as I said, our electricity demand at 6 to 7% a year. This requires us to add almost 60 to 70 gigawatts of new renewable capacity every year, which is an investment only in generation of about $50 billion. If you add to that transmission, storage, ancillary industries, it'll add up to a handy $75 to $100 billion a year of investment required to push this forward. As we do that, coal begins to plateau off. Maybe in the next 10 years or so, I feel that we'll be at a point where we can start potentially using clean energy to start replacing coal-based power. And so my personal hope is that by 2035, we hit peak coal in the country. And in addition to that, as Minister Puri was saying, if we can get the green hydrogen ecosystem going and produce all that green hydrogen in India, replace imported gas, and get into more and more of the user areas in terms of industrial applications and industrial usage and so on, move the automobile sector, for example, into electric vehicles, then we can actually bring down our imports and our dependence on foreign oil. Now, it may sound utopian right now, but I'm pretty optimistic that, 10 years to 20, 30 years from now, we'll get to the point that we can start doing that. And that is really something that I think the country is working towards.
Okay. Which brings us to the next topic, which is sustainability. So maybe we can start with Sumant first. So how is Renew actually working with its supply chain partners to achieve that net target zero set by India of 2070?
Well, to get to net zero by 2070, of course, we have almost 45 years left, so we have a fair bit of runway to get there. But we as a company have set a target that we want to get to net zero by 2040. Now, our carbon emissions are actually quite small because we actually don't emit that much carbon in our supply chain, in the manufacturing of solar modules and wind turbines, and then in the putting up of that capacity at the ground level. We don't actually emit that much carbon. And when you look at our Scope 3 emissions, which is really the carbon emissions saved from using our products, we're actually a big sort of negative on carbon emissions at about 11 million tons right now. And as our capacity keeps growing going forward, we'll continue to be more and more negative on carbon emissions. Now, how we work with our supply chain, obviously we have to, being a clean energy company, we follow the highest standards of disclosure and the highest standards of looking at what carbon there is in our supply chain and making sure that we bring it down as quickly and as rapidly as possible. So we have looked at our entire supply chain, obviously, and we've tried to make sure that we understand exactly how much carbon emissions happens at every step along the way, and then we find ways to bring that down. And then, of course, the product that we sell ultimately also does not, actually help save carbon. Our company, by the way, if we were not generating almost 1.5% of India's electricity through clean energy sources, there would have been an additional 0.5% of carbon emissions from the country as a whole. So we ourselves are therefore bringing down India's carbon emissions by almost 0.5%. At this point in time. And as clean energy keeps increasing in the energy mix, that number will keep increasing as well. And that is eventually what is going to help us get that 7-8% number down to zero. But it's going to be a long road because there are many user areas that have to be decarbonized. But first electrifying and then decarbonizing electricity, I think, is the way to get there eventually.
Okay. Musaba, in regions which are heavily reliant on fossil fuels, what role can policy and regulatory frameworks play in incentivizing energy companies like yourselves to invest in clean energy?
Well, look, when you look at the energy transition, in order to achieve a just, equitable energy transition, I think the role of policies is very critical. So there are different sets of policies. Some of them are voluntary, others are regulatory. And so look, in the COP28 in Dubai, of course, ADNOC was one of the signatories for the, what we call OGDC, Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter. And with a specific target to reduce carbon intensity by 2030 in the short term, but also in the long term. So I'm glad that there were almost more than 40 companies, national oil companies for the first time, and international oil companies, to sign that commitment. We're closely monitoring the progress, and I see a very strong commitment to achieve these targets. ADNOC is also part of the OGMP, Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0, and with a clear targets by 2030, near zero methane by 2030. So these are the type of, some of the pledges, or let me say, policies that are in place. But also let me not underestimate the role of the governments, the likes of, I know it's debatable now, but the US introduced IRA, so the IRA was a catalyst to accelerate certain elements of the energy transition, especially when it comes to the carbon capture and blue hydrogen, for example. I think these type of policies definitely going to accelerate and incentivize the companies like us to invest more. Also, let me highlight the incentive schemes by certain governments like CFD, contract for difference, are getting the right umbrella or the right policies to incentivize them to embrace renewable energy. But policies are in one side, but let me highlight also the role of technology. And when I see the technology, I think it's even more powerful to ensure that we go through this smooth energy transition. And I can give you a few data points. When we established the renewable energy company in Abu Dhabi in 2006, there were a lot of doubts about Abu Dhabi commitment to the renewables and why we built a dedicated renewable energy company. But you know what? Technology played a big role in fulfilling that vision. The leadership at that time had a very clear vision that renewable energy will play a growing role in the energy mix globally. And I recall one of the first projects in Abu Dhabi used to cost us more than 30x of what solar energy costs today in Abu Dhabi. The last projects, solar projects in Abu Dhabi is around 1.4, 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour. So significant drop from what we saw back in 2008. So the technology, when it comes to green hydrogen, when it comes to carbon capture, I think will play a big role, and I hope to see more advancement in the technology side to ensure and to incentivize energy companies to embrace more, be it the carbon capture or the new forms of energy. And as I highlighted earlier, I feel super optimistic in view of the announcement in Abu Dhabi last month with the RTC around the clock, full integrated solar and battery storage to provide a base load of 1 gigawatt. That is addressing a key challenge with the renewable energy we've seen in the last 20, 30 years, which is the intermittency of the renewable. So with the technology role and the right government policies or regulatory framework, I think there is a strong signal that energy transition hopefully will be accelerated, and we will see more growing role of the renewables energy in the energy mix going forward.
Okay, maybe Lorenzo can chime in. You've got lots of fingers in many pies. Are the current global frameworks sufficient, or do you think they need to evolve as well with technological advances?
It definitely needs to evolve, and I'd say we're still very much in a confused ecosystem at the moment. And when we look at the opportunities, we have to face into the challenges first. If you look at carbon pricing models, you've got over 75 different carbon pricing models that cover 24% of emissions. You have differentiation between the global north, the global south, where emissions take place, and yet where a lot of the requirements are going to be to make the advances on not having emissions in the future. And if you look at the amount that's got to be spent on the energy infrastructure going forward just to satisfy the energy demand, it's estimated that in the next 30 years, about $275 trillion is going to be spent. So when you put that all into context, it's complicated. So now you break it down to how do you start to make sense of it? And it's by really appreciating the differences and creating the ecosystem to enable us to have this energy expansion with the creation of a lower carbon economy. And you've heard the other panelists mention a number of the factors. And it's no one factor. It has to be a combination of all of them, and also being able to apply the technology at scale. So if you look at the ingredients to success, one is, well, there needs to be the right technology. CCUS, geothermal, hydrogen, clean integrated power solutions, nuclear, as you go to solar, hydro, wind, renewables. All of this actually is available and moving. But there's an aspect of the cost curve that's naturally there, which has to occur over time. And at the end of the day, you need to look at physics and chemistry, because it's not that wind was cheap to begin with. Solar wasn't cheap to begin with. And so how do you scale those new technologies? By having the right incentives, the right policies. You also then have to appreciate that there needs to be a common view by governments on, do you use carrots or sticks or a combination? And how do you incentivize and promote the new technologies being utilized? And also, how do you continue to invest also in ways we reduce emissions today? What was mentioned before, COP28, relative to an association coming together to reduce flaring. Today, one of the biggest areas is methane flaring. Technology exists to stop it. We know that we can recover that gas and eliminate the emissions. How do we have those type of ecosystems created going forward? And then, bit by bit, actually have cross-border policies that make sense. Not imposing a cross-border adjustment tax that in the end actually inflicts pain more on the country that's put it in versus the country that's going to be able to provide it. And I think it's actually sitting down in a pragmatic fashion and putting all of those pieces together, and also taking advantage of gas, which is very abundant. And today, the best way to ensure that we have affordable, secure, and also sustainable energy as we go through this energy expansion is gas, and utilizing that gas that we have today.
I want to quickly go through one last topic, which is technologies. We are a bit short on time. Which technologies, in your mind, to all the panelists, whether it's AI, digitalization, clean energy, which technologies are showing the most promise right now in terms of the transition, in terms of securing the global energy supply chain?
Short term or long term?
Long term.
If you look at the advancements being made in direct air capture, I think direct air capture is going to be a required technology for the future and has a lot of promise also with what we're going to be able to utilize CO2 for. At the end of the day, CO2 has value. We've got to be able to ensure that that value comes through. And the advancements being made in clean integrated power solutions with applications such as net power, which is creating 300 to 400 megawatt utility scale, zero emission. It really helps to alternative to nuclear with the aspect of some of the safety concerns around nuclear, but nuclear as well with some of the small nuclear reactors, very promising as well. So there's a couple of things, but if I were to pick the ones we're focused on, it's net power and also direct air capture.
Edna.
I would bet on AI and carbon capture as well, because look, when you look at the energy system, it's still scientifically the most efficient way to produce energy today is by nuclear or fossil fuel. I think the issue with fossil fuel is emission. So if we can reduce the cost of carbon capture and inject it back in the ground, that's almost a zero emission power generation. Let me take power generation as an example. So I am hopeful with the right technology advancement in the carbon capture, we would be able to, position what seems to be a carbon intensive source of energy into a very low carbon intensive source. And then the AI, and it's unbelievable how AI could potentially improve the energy system of today. There is a significant potential to reduce the carbon footprint of today's system by implementing more efficiencies, ensure best-in-class, efficiencies in the system, and we've seen it with our deployment in the AI. So the AI will enable us to do more with less.
Sumant?
Yeah, look, I'll go for something which is relatively already there. Today solar is at 1.3 cents or thereabout in the UAE. There are a lot of technology improvements that are going to happen. You'll have perovskite cells, tandem cells, and so on that will come in. You'll have the ability of putting solar on windows, on your car rooftop. There'll be so many applications of solar that will evolve in the future that it'll really democratize the availability of solar and really revolutionize that whole area, which I think we've not really seen yet. So the cost will come down, and frankly, energy will become free at some point, or almost free. And then it's really up to human ingenuity to see how we can take solar generated in the daytime and how we can then store it and use it at any other point of our convenience. So I think how we do that, I think is going to determine the eventual cost of the energy, which I think, so therefore, I think battery technologies are going to be really critical when coupled with this really cheap form of solar energy to really change the applicability of solar energy in our lifetimes. But I'll also mention one more, which is nuclear. I think if we can get the cost of nuclear down through small reactors, change the fuel type, make it less weaponizable and all of that, and make it much more easily available, then nuclear can actually also become part of the baseload aspect of the solution. So I think between those two, I think the solution is in front of us. And I think if we can get them down cheaper, then it'll really also allow us to get into things like green hydrogen and those kinds of things, bring the cost down. And those I think can be real game changers. To me, we have to implement at scale whatever we do. And that scale is really, really critical, because it's such a massive task to change an energy system that has evolved over a couple of centuries, with all the user applications and everything, in a very different way over the next 20, 30 years, really is the challenge in front of us. So it's going to be very exciting.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for your insights and your time. Audience, please, a round of applause to the esteemed guests.
Pull up some chairs. You can pull down some
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Last but not the least, we begin the final session of the day, resetting global energy policies and getting the transition back on track. I did ponder over the topic a little bit and wondering, where is the track? What is the track? Is there just one track for transition, or are there multiple tracks? So since this morning in the sessions, we've found out that energy transition has been on quite a rocky road. There have been ups and downs, twists and U-turns all over the world, in the developed world, in developing countries. There have been accelerations and decelerations. Many countries, especially major emerging economies in recent years, have pushed back against the idea of accelerating transition at any cost. There has been growing international acknowledgement at the same time that energy supply security, and we've heard this from our speakers since this morning, supply security, affordability, accessibility are as important as decarbonization and meeting net zero emission goals. There is also a recognition within the developing world itself that there is no one size fits all, but at the same time, as different countries are following what suits them best, a lot of emerging economies are also finding ways to collaborate with each other, learn from each other's experiences, which is what hopefully we will discover a little more on in this session. And of course, then there is the Donald Trump factor, right? A lot of turmoil, turbulence, lot of changes we are seeing happening already in countries in reaction to the stance that the Trump administration is taking in the US with regard to transition. So we have a fantastic representation in this panel of countries with diverse economies, diverse climates, diverse geographies from different parts, corners of the world. And let's talk about how we can learn from each other's experiences. So to introduce my panelists, we have, starting from my immediate left, His Excellency Martin A. Jolson, Secretary of State from Iceland. So, some things we know about Iceland here, some things are very well known, thanks to social media, traditional media, and generally this discussion of transition, how different countries are pursuing it differently. The one thing that we do know is that Iceland is a world leader in geothermal energy. So I'd really like to know from you, what can other countries, now of course, do tell us a little more about, like, not all countries are blessed equally with geothermal energy, but those that are, what can they learn from your experience?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. Yeah, not all countries are blessed with geo. It depends on how deep you drill, you know. If you drill, if you drill deep enough, then everybody all countries are blessed with geothermal.
I see.
And there is a development in deep drilling, but it's not there yet. Our story is basically, Iceland was one of the poorest countries in Europe in the beginning of last century. Mm-hmm. We started utilizing both hydro and geothermal in the 20s, but we really, after World War II, we were basically as dependent on fossil fuels as any other country. We didn't know that we were sitting on a gold mine. We have geysers and are blessed with geothermal until we had the right technology. And then we started really in the 60s and 70s developing power and heat systems for the whole country, first for the capital area, then for the rest of the country. What we learned, we needed resources. We were a developing country until 1970. We needed time, resources, scale, but first and foremost, we needed decisions, difficult decisions. It took us 40 years to build up the district heating system in our capital, for example. You have to lay the pipes to every household. So it is costly, but we benefit 3.5 to 4% of our GDP every year. And so this is in short our story. And we are 100% renewable when it comes to electricity and house heating. So courageous decisions, difficult decisions, and there is geothermal in more areas than you think. We are, for example, working here in India with the Ladakh region. We are drilling there. We are also working with Uttarakhand and also in other areas, Himalayas Pradesh, where we are in food production using geothermal energy as well. So yeah, this is in a way, there is geothermal energy in more places than you think, and it takes courage to take the right decisions, but they will definitely pay off.
That's interesting. Thank you. Mr. Kapoor, coming to you. India is one of the first countries that started talking about energy trilemma. And very soon it became quite a catchphrase, and it, I think, explained and expressed very well the dilemma that especially the emerging economies, energy-hungry emerging economies were facing. Where do you think, where would you rate India today in the business or in its progress in balancing the supply security, affordability and accessibility, and the sustainability part of the equation?
So for countries like India, where our energy demand is growing, we have a large population which is moving up from maybe lower middle class to middle class and then higher, and therefore they need more energy for various domestic purposes like, say, cooking, heating, cooling, all, and then transport also. And then, as you said, affordability. So when people are looking for energy, then they are also looking for energy which is priced correctly, and price volatility is not there. That price volatility which one sees in the international market, probably in a normal household, people can't really absorb. So for us, meeting the growing energy needs and then keeping this balance, it has been a slightly difficult job, but then probably we've looked at all sources of energy. We never said that we will do this or that. So our own resources, as far as fossil fuels are concerned, are limited mostly to coal. But then the transport sector moved in a direction world over where one couldn't do without, say, petrol, diesel, and now maybe natural gas. So we had to import. So currently our imports are huge, almost 85 to 90% of our petrol, diesel, which means that the crude is imported. And we also shifted, for cooking, we shifted to LPG. And LPG also, we thought it would be a good byproduct from our refineries, but then our demand has grown so much that 55% of our requirement, again, we are importing. So that's where the high imports are there. But on the other side, as far as electricity generation is concerned, we started with a lot of coal. Even now we use a lot of coal, but then we are gradually moving towards renewables. So renewables are picking up. We crossed 100 gigawatts of solar just a few days back. You must have seen in the news. Yeah. And wind, in any case, India was doing well even earlier. Slowed down a bit though. And hydro also we started much earlier, but then hydro takes more time. So all put together, currently in the grid, about 25% of the energy in installed capacity, we are much more. We are about 44%, but in terms of energy also, we are about 25% in the grid. So we've looked at our available resources, we've looked at clean fuel to come into our systems more and more, and that's where we've been moving. So while on one side we have ensured that there are no energy shortages in the country, that during COVID time also India was very successful in ensuring that not only were there no shortages, but for a common man there was no shock also in terms of price, because government absorbed some of the price, or the oil companies absorbed a lot of that price increase internationally which happened. And we ensured that supply was absolutely uninterrupted. And as we move along, we are diversifying and we are trying to tap as many sources as are available. Also, spending money on R&D, experimenting, so that if and when green hydrogen happens, we are there. Biofuels, we are into biofuels in a big way, though compared to the kind of energy needs we have, probably so far biofuels don't contribute much, but then the availability is increasing, and then more exploration within our country and also offshore, so that our domestic production goes up as far as the fossil fuels are concerned, and also looking at cleaner uses of coal, so getting into so basically looking at all areas which are possible.
Yeah, all options.
Yeah. And then let's see how the R&D in the world moves, how various technologies come in, and then we are there. Our energy needs are there, but the path is also very clear. Given a choice, get into cleaner forms. Nuclear is another, where in this budget you would have heard a very major announcement has been made, where we even said that we will amend our act so that we can get more participation in nuclear energy.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Kefas, coming to you. Nigeria is blessed with solar power, or rather, a lot of sunlight. But I understand equally you also face a lot of challenges in terms of getting financing. Tell us a little more about how you are working around those challenges to use the resources that you do have, the natural resources, to the maximum.
Thank you very much. And coincidentally, my state is one of the states in Nigeria that has very high potentials for solar energy. Unfortunately, Nigeria being one of the biggest countries in Africa with very large population of over 250 million people, the energy supply is grossly inadequate. And recently, the federal government of Nigeria has transferred the responsibility for energy back to the sons. So every state is now given that opportunity to develop their own energy. And recently, I have, using the Indian model, we tried to also set up a policy for that, and it's in place. And we're working very seriously to see how we can make the best use of the energy resources we have, both hydro, solar, because of the sunshine, and the waterfalls, and all that is available for us. Like in my state, I have a landmark of about 54,000 square kilometers with slightly above 4 million people population. So we are working very hard, and coming to this particular event is to give me the opportunity to explore further on the energy solution that is globally experienced in the world. And I think I'm a bit more comfortable with the Indian success story, even though they're talking about the dilemma, the energy dilemma. But I think for us, they have moved ahead. And coming here will help us to see how we can develop that to be able to meet the energy requirement for my country. And I'm sure most of my colleagues, the governors of other states, will also key into that ways of finding solution to the energy problem. So we're here to explore further, to interact, and to see what is best. Go keep trying all. And at the end of the day, we think we'll be able to settle for what is best for us, based on the resources, the energy resources that we have in our own state and country.
So it's very interesting you mentioned the devolution of powers, if I understand you correctly, from the central government to the state governments. I can see how that must...
And they've opened up the window for us to explore, to look at any country that have succeeded based on pairing of natural resources that we have, or the energy resources that are available to us, looking at their model to see how we can adopt. So I think it's a very good thing for us, and we can freely move around to adapt our own policy based on our available resources.
Excellent. Yeah. Mr. Ravi, so India has been in some ways in the eye of the storm, especially over the past couple of years, since the Ukraine war, of course, and India emerging as a major importer of Russian crude. But let's talk a little bit about India's international diplomacy in terms of attracting investment into clean energy. What has your experience been on that front so far?
Well, thank you, Vandana, and it's a pleasure to be here again this year. I think we need to understand in the energy in a broader context, and how do we strategize. I think let's be very clear that COVID-19, the geopolitical tensions, and the withdrawal from Paris deal by a few countries is obviously a very stress point on the transition to the clean energy. It causes lots of doubts in the minds of many leaders around the world, and some leaders may say, okay, if others are walking out, we may also walk out. But I think there is a global commitment to the clean energy transition. There's a global commitment to climate change itself, that they're fighting the climate change. And I think there is a need for cohesiveness. Many countries are following different policies, but at the international level, the global level, there is a need to understand what this all means. Traditionally, energy is understood to be something like a growth enabler. It generates growth of the economy. But I think one of the missing point here is actually development. Energy development are so interlinked. And energy that is made available in the developing countries, particularly the global south, has very great significance for uplifting the lives of many people. Now, where does India fit in? In my view, India is very much well-placed to lead this change and to enable and help countries in the global transition of the energies. Now, we know that in recent times, the consumer demands have gone up. The number of people who are in that group are actually 4 billion, and it's doubled in 2 decades' time. There has been a shift also from the transatlantic energy demands to Asia. There is a lot of consumption of energy here in Asia. So how do you balance between fossil fuels to the clean energies that are developing here? I think policies have to address this, but how India can take that challenge, first of all, in my view, manufacturing will need to closer to markets. Goal and objective and the vision ahead, we are going to see manufacturing of the clean energy technologies increasing. So in other words, the matrix of India has changed significantly. So which is why today we are less dependent on oil imports, although fossil fuels are still important. But the mission mode manufacturing that is happening in the solar, in the biofuels, in the nuclear, green hydrogen, it's going to be a big game changer in the way that it is. So from here, we will have to, again, not lose the sight of what we need to do at the global level for the global south, particularly in the UNFCCC. The debate on the financial commitments of the developed countries to the global south is a very important thing, and India has been taking the lead in it. The loss and damage fund, the G20 action plan on the clean energy, very important. We need to see action there. But the bilateral front, India has done a lot. You have the India-US initiative on the clean energy transition technologies. With Europe, you have the Trade and Technology Council. And in the plurilateral context, we have the Partnership for Critical Mineral Security, which is, again, a very important thing. But we have to understand what is the danger ahead, which is actually concentration of supply chains in the clean energy technologies. So any one particular country, one region is concentrating that, it's a danger. It can be disruptive for the entire world. So we have to have a diplomatic engagement at all levels to ensure that the debate does not lose sight of the importance of the countries of the global south and how to enable them to move into the transition to clean energies. Thank you.
Indeed. So saying this myself as an Indian, this may appear biased, but I think it's pretty evident to me. I think the world has recognized India's role in articulating the vision of the global south, how the energy transition has to be balanced with affordability and accessibility. Governor Ronaldo, I'll come to you. Brazil has been a major adopter of biofuels. In fact, as I spoke about Iceland leading in geothermal, biofuels and Brazil are almost synonymous with each other. What, in your view, can countries, not just India, but other countries, learn from Brazil's experience in pushing biofuels use?
Primeiro, muito obrigado por poder participar de painel de tamanha relevância hoje, de assunto que hoje domina e que exige muito de nós, como descarbonizar, como realmente produzir fontes limpas de energia. É inquestionável que hoje o Brasil, em decorrência também de situações anteriores, desenvolveu o avanço do etanol. O que nós vimos aqui neste painel, a Islândia, como aqui a Índia, Nigéria, cada país trazendo ali a sua capacidade de poder apresentar uma fonte limpa para poder desenvolver o biocombustível. O Brasil, como a Índia, nós somos de clima tropical, diferente aqui de muitos outros países que têm clima temperado, e com isso nós temos uma capacidade de produção de 3 safras ano, algo relativamente inédito dentro do avanço que nós temos hoje das condições climáticas e também da irrigação. Com isso, nós desenvolvemos uma prática que foi a produção do etanol. Com a produção do etanol, nós hoje já temos os carros hoje todos com combustível flex, ou seja, o uso da gasolina ou o uso único e exclusivamente do etanol. Avançamos em parceria com a Shell, uma empresa brasileira chamada Raizen, desenvolveu o etanol segunda geração. O etanol segunda geração ele é 100% produzido pelo bagaço da cana, ou seja, não se amplia a área de produção, não se amplia o cultivo da cana. Aquela mesma área passa a produzir mais 50% em decorrência da tecnologia, do avanço em termos do etanol segunda geração, que é o caminho mais próximo para podermos desenvolver também o SAF, que é a energia limpa para a aviação. Então, o Brasil tem concentrado muito neste trabalho e para o transporte pesado, nós iniciamos um processo já bem articulado também com todas as usinas no nosso país para o avanço da produção do biometano. E com o biometano, aí nós atenderíamos toda a escala do transporte com fontes renováveis. E o biometano tanto viria também da cana, como também viria de resíduos animais. Isto aí seria uma fonte, ou projetamos uma fonte importante para podermos cada vez mais diminuir o consumo de combustíveis fósseis no país e fazer uma política de descarbonização com resultados reais. É lógico que cada país, como, por exemplo, a Islândia, busca o que tem uma usina térmica lá por questões naturais, não é? A Nigéria também tem quedas d'água. A Índia se assemelha muito com o Brasil, ou seja, com o nosso potencial de produção da matéria orgânica, ou seja, matéria limpa, capaz de avançar cada vez mais nessa oferta de biocombustíveis para o mundo. A parceria com a Índia, neste momento, ela é extremamente importante pela experiência que o país tem no cultivo da cana e também pela alta produtividade que tem. É uma integração entre dois países que mostram hoje que, inegavelmente, a saída para podermos apresentar uma solução para o mundo, a fonte de bioenergia, de biocombustível, ela passa a ser um desafio muito grande para nós. O Brasil também é rico em combustíveis fósseis, com o pré-sal, mas cada vez mais nós estamos acelerando a tecnologia do etanol e também do biogás e do biometano.
Thank you. It's time to drop that one word or phrase that hasn't yet appeared in this conference, artificial intelligence, AI. It's all over the news. Martin, I'll come back to you for this. So Iceland is positioning itself as a prime location for data centers. I think blessed with cooler climate, I think that's an obvious advantage. But the other one, as you mentioned earlier, nearly 100% of electricity is now green electricity, essentially. It's from geothermal and so on. Tell us a little more about how you're progressing your country's aim to attract, to become a sort of a global hub for data centers.
Yeah, global hub is maybe too big of a word, but a hub. We have been developing that for quite many years, and as you mentioned, it's often not very convenient to live in Iceland because of cold weather, but the advantage is that we need less energy in cooling down the data storage centers and data centers. So that's one thing, definitely, and the green energy, of course. Political stability is as well one thing that we stress. The business environment, there is small but effective administration, little red tape, incentives to some extent as well. Yeah, we have managed to lure companies to us, and we have like a Nordic footprint there and hub. So, but of course there are also limits to it. So we will never be the world hub you mentioned, but still we will continue and also diversify. We have today the power-intensive industries very prevalent in our economy. Their contracts are expiring in the near future, and that also frees up energy in order to lure more data centers and companies into our country.
So if you're successful in attracting a lot of data centers into your country, do you think you'll still be able to produce enough geothermal energy, enough green power to keep that balance still, remain a predominantly green powerhouse?
Yes, but it's also, building a power plant, be it hydro, geothermal, wind, it's also politically controversial. It's never a one-way street in that sense. So we have to strike this balance. But we have a new government in Iceland that has robust and vigorous plans to produce more green energy in Iceland.
Thank you. Mr. Kapoor, you spoke about India's very inclusive approach to just not ruling out anything, taking everything into the basket. But if I may, if you were to look out into the next 15 to 20 years, you spoke about coal. Tell us a little more about natural gas, because I think there is a distinction here, and Mr. Puri this morning pointed out that natural gas is actually a very clean source of energy. And there is growing pressure on India to try and reduce its coal use. But at the same time, while India has abundant coal reserves, gas means it's going to become even more import dependent. How do you see the role of natural gas playing out in India?
So in India, currently we are using natural gas in our refineries to produce, then second to produce fertilizers, then we are using partly in the industry, and of course transport, we are pushing CNG quite a bit, and we also want piped natural gas for homes. Then maybe power generation in the coming future, though currently we are not using natural gas much. We have about 25,000 megawatts of installed capacity for power, but most of that is not being used because of the price problem. So going forward, as we look at the energy transition scenario, the way it's building up in India, I would say that a transition for transport to natural gas appears natural. So we will have probably more natural gas run, maybe cars and buses and even trucks, or even LNG trucks for that matter. And more natural gas in industry, replacing somewhere wherever coal can be replaced, or maybe some other forms of fossil fuel, or including say heavier molecules from the petroleum side. So an increased use of natural gas, I think, will happen in the country. There is no doubt about it.
What needs to happen on the, sorry to interject, but India's price sensitive when it comes to natural gas, right? What needs to happen? We know that there is a lot of new LNG capacity coming on stream from 27, 28. A lot of people say that that may bring down prices enough for India to be able to grow its LNG imports much more. What do you see happening?
that is the point I was coming to. But it will all depend on price of gas. Now, after COVID, our gas consumption actually went down. So we were at 6.7% in our energy mix. We went down to 6.3 or 6.2%. It happened because of high price For fertilizer, we have no choice. So we have to take natural gas, even if it is expensive. But for others, then there are alternatives. So naturally, it's a free economy, so the users then shift to cheaper alternatives. So if the price goes down as is expected, maybe 26, 27, that's what people say, that the price will go down further and then it will remain stable at least for next 10 years or so, and then again it may start going up. We never know. I don't know. You are the expert. You'll be able to predict. But at a price level of say $8 or lower, the affordability for power generation also comes in. So using gas-based stations for grid balancing vis-a-vis using battery storage, so that's the point where a huge demand can come in. Then the industry shifting to natural gas in, say, for example, maybe coal or steel or maybe certain uses. Natural gas can't fit in everywhere, but at least in certain uses it can. So that could again give a slightly bigger demand. And then shifting our cooking to natural gas. This is something we want. We want to shift from LPG to natural gas.
Okay.
But it's taking time. It will happen. So I think the demand for natural gas in the country will certainly go up. There is no doubt about it. But the price has to remain stable, which most probably will. We will have more discoveries within the country also. That also we are quite sure of. We have the resource, and then putting in biogas, as was mentioned by Brazil. So our own biogas, compressed biogas production should go up. So at least 10% of our needs should come from biogas also.
Sure, yeah. Agbu, we talked about Nigeria blessed with a lot of sunlight, solar power. Investing is one part, getting funds, investment is one part of the equation. The other is grid compatibility, especially when we talk about solar power generation. So what are some of the challenges you are encountering when it comes to grid and infrastructure, power infrastructure in Nigeria, and how do you plan to get around it?
Well, just like you said, the shift to the alternative energy, in as much as it creates opportunities, it also has these challenges you're talking about, funding and the shift. For us right now, I wouldn't say we are shifting, but rather we are complementing, trying to use the solar, use all other alternatives to complement the national grid, the hydro, even though there are challenges of funding. But what majorly we are trying to do right now is to collaborate. As we've identified countries with their success stories like India, Brazil is coming up, Iceland and all. So we are comparing and then trying to reach out, trying to collaborate to see how we can be able to take charge of the energy sector. Because right now, we are really battling with it.
Yeah. Mr. Ravi, so you hear what Mr. Agbo is saying about collaboration. As I mentioned, and you were laying out nicely in your earlier response, India has played a key role in redirecting, reshaping, recrafting this international dialogue around transition. I'm really curious to hear, do you think the job is done in terms of what more India needs to do, being a voice not just for India, other major emerging economies, but global South as a whole? Or what is on your wish list? What more would you like to see India continue doing on the international stage?
Thank you. I think broadly, I see both opportunities and challenges. But let's see the challenges first. I think the challenges, the first thing I see, the perspectives are very different. in the way the West looks at it and the global South looks at it. So how do you narrow the gap? And that's the problem. You know, unless you narrow the gap, the transfer of technologies won't happen that easily. The financial commitments won't flow from the north to the south. So that's the first challenge you'll face. So we need to continue to work on that. Second is, which is why when you think about energy, you're thinking in terms of consumption. Emissions is one thing that comes to mind. How do you, again, build that narrative of mission life? So Prime Minister's vision, mission life, has become so important because you have to address also the excessive consumptions that may not be necessary in some parts of the world. How do you balance that? The third factor that I bring to is actually the market access issue. The CBAM is a great challenge. For countries in the global south to be able to export to the Western European countries, CBAM is a big hurdle. In other sense, I mean, I also see the Inflation Reduction Act, which also restricts manufacturing happening in developing countries. So there are hurdles that we'll have to see. The fifth point is actually funding. The financial flows that are required to build capacities in the global south won't come because the risks are too high, perceived to be very high. Now, where does India step in? In my view, in the recent times, we have taken lead on developing the narrative is one part, and also actually doing it in action. The International Solar Alliance is one very interesting platform in which Global South are able to, and also Global North, are able to talk together and bring that narrative closer on the need for having a common approach to fighting climate change. Second is the CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure. The third is the Biofuel Alliance. These are significant initiatives that brings global community on platforms that are able to think and have a common approach. Now, in my view, that's still not enough, because if India have to play a meaningful role, a constructive role, we have to be in countries like in Africa. Because I feel today African per unit consumption cost is so high. Can we play a role in bringing down that cost? Whether gigawatt scale of solar energy that we have successfully introduced in India, can we introduce it in Africa and bring down the cost there? But this is, again, a challenge is how do you convince in a political economy that a short-term pain for a long-term gain? Now, this is, again, going to be a big thing. So we have to bring in financial flows into the global south, particularly in Africa. Indian entrepreneurship is well geared to take the position. So gigawatt scale of energy that we can produce clean energy and be able to provide it at affordable cost. But then there's a lot of homework. Convincing the political leadership. Second is also liberalizing the markets, because you not have a cross-border trading to be able to do that at that scale. The third and most important thing is reform of the regulatory frameworks. So this is all work in progress, but I believe there is a lot is happening. Already I see Indian entrepreneurship taking that step in the solar, rooftop solar. They're doing solar parks, and the next step we will be actually looking at biofuels also. So we're pushing the entrepreneurship into the global south to actually taking that entrepreneurship lead. Thank you.
Okay. So I have to ask you this. President Trump's withdrawal of the US from the Paris Climate Accord, what do you think, if any, change or shift that brings to how the world approaches transition?
Well, in my view, you know, a big country like that, when it withdraws from an important deal where global community have already committed to fight the climate change, you know, it immediately brings diffidence and also puts doubts in the mind. So it also then instigates others to also perhaps be less committed to the clean transition and the fight against global change. But I think the world has come to a stage where it's come to believe that their stakes are very high in maintaining a clean transition and the fight against climate change. I think that will not go away. We will see aberrations. We will see this kind of voices coming and going. But I think the world is committed and significantly plugged in to that goal of clean transition. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm gleaning from how the perception is in the international community as well. Thank you for that. I'll come back to you, Ronaldo. You mentioned second-generation biofuels. This is something that I'm personally very curious about as well, because back almost 10 years ago when a lot of the other countries, Brazil was already into biofuels, when a lot of the other countries started looking at biofuels, there was a raging debate about this crops for food versus crops for fuel. And to my mind, to some extent, that debate still continues to this day. You mentioned sugarcane molasses, which in some ways takes care of that food versus fuel debate. You mentioned biomethane from sugarcane as well, and other agricultural products. But again, tell us a little bit more about how you are going about resolving this conflict of crops for food versus crops for fuel.
Bom, primeiro, acho que é importante que possamos debater este assunto com muito conhecimento de causa. Muitas vezes, alguns países europeus tentam vender uma tese de que nós estaríamos ali diminuindo a oferta de alimentos, sendo que o Brasil, nos últimos 40 anos, ele saiu de uma produção de 60 milhões de toneladas de grãos para 320 milhões de toneladas de grãos, onde a nossa área ocupada hoje para agricultura e pecuária atinge apenas 10,5% do território nacional. Um país de 8 milhões e 500 mil quilômetros quadrados, apenas 10%, 10,5%, ele é utilizado para poder fazer com que haja produção hoje, com altíssima tecnologia. O Brasil tem a característica, como vocês na Índia, de nós podermos fazer 3 safras ano. É algo que só os países tropicais conseguem fazer tudo isso. É lógico que a terceira safra é uma safra irrigada e, além do mais, para poder desmistificar a tese de que nós estaríamos competindo com áreas, nós temos também uma legislação muito forte de zoneamento de áreas de plantio de cana em nosso país. Nós temos um código florestal que é o mais rígido do mundo, onde nós temos lá a preservação de todos os nossos biomas e, além do mais, nós estamos a cada dia avançando. As fontes de energia elétrica em nosso país, 100% renovável hoje, e a parte de combustível, nós temos aí o pré-sal, com altíssima produtividade, mas que, dentro daquilo que foi colocado, existe um compromisso nosso de fazer essa alternância da fonte para poder buscar essa descarbonização, essa política mundial que todos nós estamos envolvidos nela. O Brasil consegue, com tecnologia hoje, poder fazer com que a nossa produção de etanol chegue hoje a 38 bilhões de litros ano. Com a segunda geração, nós teremos a capacidade de produzir mais 19 bilhões de litros ano, sem ampliar 1 centímetro da área plantada que tem hoje no país. Então, isto é o avanço da pesquisa que já está produzindo no estado de São Paulo. A terceira usina está sendo montada em Goiás, onde nós já mostramos esse potencial, e daí o potencial maior, que é de caminharmos para o SAF, como todas as pesquisas mostram, ser a fonte capaz de poder produzir para atender a demanda mundial. E quando nós falamos em hidrogênio verde, também as pesquisas estão demonstrando que é do etanol a melhor fonte para se ter o melhor resultado. Ou seja, nós teríamos no mesmo carro que é híbrido, ele poder fazer a locomoção com etanol ou com gasolina, e amanhã também do etanol fazer a transformação para o hidrogênio verde. Então, são áreas que nós estamos desenvolvendo muito e mostrando que nós não precisamos, de acordo com aquilo que é a característica de cada país, como na Islândia, tem uma característica, e eles têm uma fonte natural que eles desenvolvem para ter essa estrutura. Nós trabalhamos muito o biometano amanhã, o biogás, para nós montarmos estruturas de data centers, onde nós teremos ali o consumo em loco, com oferta de uma fonte de energia 100% renovável. Então, eu muitas vezes discuto porque não é a imposição de energia pela utilização de baterias elétricas. Tudo bem, reconheço, mas dentro daquilo que é o potencial de produção do Brasil e da Índia e outros países com clima tropical, a origem para poder ter o combustível renovável vai ser uma fonte que nós temos em grande abundância, ou seja, que é a cana, e aí nós temos também, hoje você desenvolve aqui também do arroz, tá certo? Do milho e tudo isso. Então, eu acho que cada país vai poder demonstrar o que é mais barato, o que é possível ser consumido pelo mundo e, ao mesmo tempo, mostrando que a área também, os países manufaturados, também dê oportunidade para que a indústria flex também possa chegar a todo mundo e, com isso, nós podendo atender a demanda.
Thank you so much. I learned so much, and I'm sure, as did our audience, it's fascinating developments in Brazil. Sorry about that. How are we doing for time? Because we don't see a timer here. Are we good? We're out of time, which is what usually happens when we are having an interesting discussion. It flies by. Please join me in thanking my panelists. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.